Chapter 988, published at 23rd of May, 2022, for 37 and 51 seconds p.m. Chapter 988. Chapter 988, halting their support if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 988. Halting their support player you on? Are you serious? You know player you on? The investors that were doubtful for obvious reasons. That's a load of bullshit. He doesn't know player you on. He's just trying to mess with all of you. Yu Yong slammed the table and shouted, That's right. There's no way a nobody like him could know player Yuan when nobody even knows his true identity. Tang Li also spoke. The investors looked at each other. After a moment of silence, one of them said, If you can prove to us that you know player Yuan, I will stop supporting the Yu family. Mr. Zhou, what are you saying? Yu Yong looked at him in shock. Proof, huh? Sure, I can prove it to you that I know player Yuan. Yuan nodded, still with a smile on his face. However, before I give you proof, I'd like to talk about the other reason why I am here today. After deactivating his dragon's gaze, Yuan turned to look at Mei Feng and continued to speak. Miss Mei Feng, the Yu family will go bankrupt soon, so why don't you come work for me instead? Mei Feng's eyes widened with shock. Good luck with that. According to her contract, she will work for us for the rest of her life unless she pays the contract cancellation fee of $50 billion. Even if we go bankrupt or become homeless, she will still have to work for us. Tang Li said with a wide smirk on her face. If I don't give a damn about my contract with the Yu family, why would I care about hers? Yuan raised his eyebrows. You can ignore your contract all you want, but that doesn't mean she will follow your recklessness. Isn't that right, Mei Feng? If you ignore the contract and betray the Yu family, not only will you get in trouble, but so will your family. Tang Li looked at her with a threatening gaze. Mei Feng looked at Tang Li and then at Mei Xiao. She's right, young master. I cannot ignore my contract. I have an obligation to fulfill my contract. Please don't make things difficult for me or my daughter, Mei Feng sighed. I see. That's unfortunate, but there's no need for you to feel bad about it. Yuan shook his head. If you cannot ignore your contract, then you can simply buy your way out of the contract. Why, young master? I don't have $50 billion. Maybe not right now, but you'll have it soon. Yuan smiled at her. And if I help you acquire enough money to buy out of your contract, would you do so? It's fine. I don't actually want you to answer that question. Yuan suddenly interrupted. He returned his focus to the people at the table and continued. Is there anyone here that can contact Chairman Li from the Cultivators Association? What does he have anything to do with this? They asked. You want a proof that I know player Yuan, right? Call him and you will get it. After a moment of silence, one of the people there said, I will call Chairman Li. Once he dialed the numbers, everyone waited for Chairman Li to answer the phone. Several rings later, a voice resounded in the open speaker. This is Chairman Li from the Cultivators Association speaking. Good morning, Chairman Li. This is David Swanson. It's been a while since we last spoke. Do you remember me? Of course I do, Mr. Swanson. Your donations to the Cultivators Association will never be forgotten. Anyways, how can I help you today? You see, I have a friend here who would like to speak with you. Do you mind sparing us a few moments of your time? Sure, I can spare some time. David Swanson looked at Yuan and nodded. Hey, Chairman Li, it's me. Yuan said out loud. Icha. This voice is... Chairman Li immediately recognized Yuan's voice, especially since he had heard Yuan speak just a few days ago at the concert. What's going on? Did something happen between you and Mr. Swanson? Chairman Li asked in a worried voice. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. When the people there heard Chairman Li's response, they all raised an eyebrow. Something like that, Yuan said, and he continued, I told him that I knew player Yuan, but he doesn't believe me and even asked for proof. Can you, Chairman Li of the Cultivators Association, attest to my claims? Of course. Chairman Li immediately responded. Mr. Swanson, can you hear me? I can. Listen to me very carefully, Mr. Swanson. I can confirm his claims. He really knows player Yuan. In fact, they're practically best friends. Whatever you do, you better not upset my friend. Chairman Li said in a stern voice. Everyone in the room was shocked by Chairman Li's words. After snapping out his days, David Swanson spoke. Wait a second. Chairman Lee, it's not that I don't believe you, but do you even know who just spoke? He didn't even introduce himself. I can recognize him by his voice alone. We have spoken to each other many times, after all. He is Ution, correct? T, that is correct, David Swanson muttered, not daring to believe his ears. Then I have nothing else to say to you. My friend Ution, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to call me, all right? I will talk to you later. Chairman Lee hung up the next moment. The entire room turned silent, and nobody there would utter a single word for a whole minute. As since I have received Chairman Lee's words that you know Player Yuan, I would like to ask you again, are you sure that you can help us meet Player Yuan? David Swanson stared at Yuan with narrowed eyes. Of course. We can even meet him right after this if you want. He's currently in this city, after all. Yuan nodded. Seriously? If you can really get us to meet with Player Yuan, I will stop our support for the Yu family. David Swanson said. And me too, another one exclaimed. Soon, everyone in the room agreed to stop supporting the Yu family, leaving Yu Yong and Tang Li absolutely dazed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 989, published at 23rd of May, 2022, for 37 and 49 seconds p.m., Chapter 989. Chapter 989, taking away their cultivation if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 989, taking away their cultivation. What are you guys talking about? Please tell me that you're all joking. Yu Yong spoke in a trembling voice after the investors for the Yu family agreed to stop supporting them. Even if you meet Player Yuan, there's no guarantee that he will work with you. In fact, I am willing to bet all of my money that he won't. That is a risk I am willing to take, David Swanson said in a calm manner. Although he didn't mention it, he was actually afraid of offending Ution any more due to his relationship with Yuan. If they continue to offend Ution, there's a good chance that they will offend Yuan as well. And based on the rumors around Yuan, he is not someone they want to offend even if they have to cut all ties with the Yu family. Furthermore, ever since Ution stopped playing music for them, their profit had drastically decreased. The Yu family in its current state wasn't worth investing in, and these investors were already thinking about severing ties with the Yu family. If Yu Rao's birthday was even a week later, these investors would have stopped their support for the Yu family on their own accord. Now that you've lost all of your major supports, what are you going to do, mother? Father? Yuan looked at them with contempt, his gaze so cold that it made the two feel as though they had been tossed into the abyss. Why you won't get away with this? All of you will regret this. Tang Li spoke with gritted teeth. Let's go. We're leaving. Yu Yong stood up. Where do you think you're going? Yuan's eyes turned golden again, and he continued in a cold voice. You're done here when I say you're down. Now sit back down. An immense pressure suddenly fell on Yu Yong and Tang Li, causing them to fall into their seats. Don't forget, you still owe me money. I will let you keep 50 billion since that's how much Miss Meifeng needs to buy out of her contract, but everything else is mine. Ha ha, as if would give you any money. Tang Li laughed in a crazed manner. Yuan released a deep sigh. I didn't want to resort to this, but he turned to look at Mei Xiao and spoke. Can you make me some tea? The request was very sudden and unexpected, but Mei Xiao instantly understood what he was trying to do. Sure. Mother, can you help me? It's been a while, so I forgot how to make tea. Mei Xiao grabbed her hand and pulled her along to make tea. And Mei Xiao, what's going on? Meifeng asked her once they left. Who knows? She shrugged. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yuan turned to look at the investors and said, I no longer have any need for you all. Go to the Cultivators Association and wait for me there. You'll meet Player Yuan by the end of the day. The investors were still doubtful of him, but they had no choice. They were clearly up against a monster, one the Yu family had created. Oh, right, before you all leave, I have one more question. What about the contract? What contract are you talking about? David Swanson asked with raised eyebrows. The one I signed with the Yu family. The investors looked at each other and laughed. We don't know what you're talking about. Such a contract doesn't exist. Yuan smiled after hearing their words and nodded. Then I'll see you all later. Naturally, the contract existed, but the investors there knew what Yuan was trying to do, so they had no choice but to forget about the contract. Once all of the people in the room, except for Yu Yong and Tang Li, left, Yuan focused his attention on them. What do you think I should do with the two of you? He asked as he slowly approached them. Yu Yong and Tang Li wanted to run, but they were unable to move their bodies, almost as though they were chained to the chair. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. So, the both of you have managed to reach the first level Spirit Warrior. You must have worked hard to acquire such a profound cultivation. It would be a shame if you were to lose it all at once. Yuan narrowed his eyes at them with a vicious gaze. Why, you wouldn't dare. Yu Yong shouted. Do you really still think that I am the same person as before? If that's the case, allow me to open your eyes. No. Stop. Help me. Somebody. Yu Yong roared when he saw Yuan's motions. Yuan ignored Yu Yong's cry for help and struck him in the chest with his palm. Gah! Yu Yong coughed out a mouthful of blood, and he could feel his cultivation being destroyed. And then no. How dare you? My cultivation. It took a moment for reality to sink in, but when it did, Yu Yong's face twisted in anger. Had spent many hours and tons of money to improve his cultivation, and for it to all disappear in an instant, it tortured his mind and heart. Soon, you will also know what it feels like to lose everything. I took your power first, then it will be your wealth, and lastly, I will take your entire family from you, just like what you did to me. Yuan turned to look at the terrified Tang Li next. PLE, please. Wait. Spare me. I was wrong. Don't hurt me. I will do anything you want. I can destroy My Feng's contract and hand her over to you. Please. I'm still your mother. However, Yuan's face turned even colder after hearing her words. You dare call yourself my mother after everything you have done? The pressure in the room increased. Don't you ever dare call yourself my mother again. Yuan shouted as he thrusted his palm in her chest, destroying her dantian. No! Tang Li could feel all of the spiritual energy in her body dissipate in the following moments. Yuan took a deep breath to calm himself down after destroying Yu Yong and Tang Li's cultivation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 990, published at 23rd of May, 2022, for 37 and 48 seconds p.m. Chapter 990. Chapter 990. I am no longer UT-on. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again, Chapter 990. I am no longer UT-on. Meisho and Mei Feng returned to the room with a cup of tea shortly after Yuan destroyed Yu Yong and Tang Li's to see blood all over the couple's mouth and clothes. What in God's name happened here? Young master, what did you do? Mei Feng was terrified when she saw the scene. Don't worry, I didn't kill them. I only destroyed their dantian, taking away their cultivation forever. Yuan said in a calm voice. Mei Feng was speechless. What had happened to him since my visit a few months ago? He's changed into a completely different person. He's both ruthless and merciless. Mei Feng cried inwardly. UT-on, you will not get away with this. Yu Yong muttered in a low voice despite the pain in his chest. Oh, I should have mentioned this earlier, but I am no longer UT-on, he said. Call me Yuan. That's my name now. What? Both Yu Yong and Tang Li turned to look at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Young master, you don't mean? Mei Feng asked in a trembling voice. Yes, I am player Yuan. I've been since the very beginning. He nodded, confirming their suspicions. No way. Both Yu Yong and Tang Li began feeling emotions that they never experienced before after learning the truth behind player Yuan. Neither of them could have imagined that their own crippled son had been player Yuan all along. It was a shocking revelation that drove them to the brink of insanity. We'd been chasing after our own son this entire time. As this reality sank into their minds, Yuan spoke. I want all of my money, except the 50 billion, in this bank account by the end of the day. If I don't see the money by then, I will come back to completely cripple the two of you. And don't even try to stop me. There is nobody in this world that can stop me from taking back what is rightfully mine. Also, don't think I have forgotten about that time you hired people to kidnap Meisho. One by one, I will slowly return the debt. The two of you have abused me for years. I won't let my revenge end so soon. After placing his bank account information on the table before them, Yuan deactivated his dragon's gaze and started approaching Meifeng. Miss Meifeng, I've already paid them the 50 billion required for you to leave the Yu family. I won't force you to work for me, nor will I tell you what to do from this point forth, because you're free to do whatever you want from now. Yuan took the cup of tea from her hands and drank it in one motion. Perhaps you had a dream that you wanted to fulfill, or maybe you wanted to do another job. Whatever it is, I hope that you can find happiness in your new life. If you ever need any help, you can always contact me. I am currently living at the Dragon Spiral Mountain with Meisho and my friends. The Dragon Spiral Mountain. That's the most exclusive territory in this country. The Yu family have been trying for years to move there. Meifeng cried inwardly. Meisho, let's go. I don't want to stay in this dump any longer. Okay. She nodded and followed him to the door. Yuan suddenly stopped at the door and spoke. Oh, right. I don't really care if you reveal my identity as Yuan, since I no longer have any reason to hide it. But if you do, let's just say that the public won't be very happy once they learn about Yu Tian's past. Yuan and Meisho left the Yu family's manor shortly after. Meifeng stayed in the room with Yu Yong and Tang Li for a little longer. After a long moment of silence, Meifeng bowed to them and said, "Despite all of the troubles you've caused me and others, I am still grateful towards the Yu family. Because of you, I was able to meet an amazing person like the young master, who I treated as my own son at one point. I'm sure that my daughter would agree with me, so I would like to thank you for that. However, it is time for me to leave the Yu family. Once again, thank you for everything." After giving them another bow, Meifeng turned around and walked out of the room. She immediately went to pack her necessities and left the Yu family shortly after. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Sometime later, she took a taxi and disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, Yuan and Meisho regrouped with Chu Liuxiang. Is everything finished? Chu Liuxiang asked. No, it's not. However, I don't want it to end so quickly, so I'm going to take this slowly. Yuan said, Want to tell me about it? I won't force you if you don't want to. She then asked, I'll tell you as we move. Where are we going now? The Cultivators Association. Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows. I have some people waiting for me there. You'll understand after you listen to what happened. Thus, they started making their way towards the Cultivators Association. Yuan would explain the situation to Chu Liuxiang on the way there. I see. So that's what happened. What are you going to do to those investors? Don't tell me you're really going to work with them. Of course not. They're just as guilty as the Yu family for supporting them. In fact, they might even be the root of the whole problem. If they never approached the Yu family, perhaps they wouldn't have been so corrupted. Yuan said, That makes sense. The investors are usually the real masterminds, as they're always pressuring those they support for more profit, even threatening them. The Chu family had their fair share of trouble with them when I was there. That's just how the world works. Chu Liuxiang agreed with him. Yuan, do you think my mother will come with us? Meisho suddenly asked with a look of uncertainty on her face. Who knows? He shrugged. However, I do hope that she works for us. Me too, she sighed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 991, published at 23rd of May, 2022 for 37 and 45 seconds p.m. Chapter 991. Chapter 991. Until the interview if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 991. Until the interview of the Cultivators Association, Chairman Lee was surprised when David Swanson and the other investors suddenly showed up at his place. What the hell happened to you guys? Especially you, Mr. Jiang. Your leg seems to be injured. Chairman Li asked them with a frown on his face. I fell down on my way here. It's nothing serious, Mr. Jiang said with a stiff smile on his face. Yu Tian told us to come here and wait for Player Yuan to show up. He promised that he will let us meet Player Yuan. David Swanson said, Come to my room now, all of you. Chairman Li said. Sometime later, once they were in a private room and sitting down, Chairman Li slammed the table in anger. Tell me, what happened between you guys and Yu Tian? The investors were taken aback by Chairman Li's sudden fit of rage. Calm down, Chairman Li. Why are you so angry? Mr. Zhou said to him. Calm down. Do you idiots have any idea who you're messing with? We know. He knows Player Yuan, so it would be a bad idea to offend him. However, it's a little too late for that. Tell me everything. Chairman Li frowned. The investors looked at each other, seemingly hesitant to tell Chairman Li about their involvement with the Yu family and Yu Tian. However, since they have somewhat dragged Chairman Li into this mess and angered him, they had no choice but to tell him. Even though they were all wealthy and powerful people, they did not dare to offend the Cultivators Association that was getting increasingly more influential and powerful at a rapid rate, not to mention their relationship with the government. Even before the investors finished telling the full story, Chairman Li was already fuming in anger, his body trembling nonstop. The investors were terrified when they saw this, and they wanted to stop, but they didn't dare to stop until they finished telling the whole story. You fucking idiots! Chairman Li shouted at them afterward. Chairman Li, please tell us what you know. You clearly know something that we don't. David Swanson said to him in a pleading voice. However, before Chairman Li could even say anything, someone knocked on the door. Chairman Li, someone claiming to be Player Yuan has asked for an audience. What? Player Yuan actually came? The investors were pleasantly surprised. Let him in, Chairman Li said. The door opened, and 3 figures entered the room. The investors were puzzled when they saw Yuan. The thought that he was Player Yuan didn't even enter their minds. Where's Player Yuan? You promised us that we'd meet him. One of them exclaimed. Of course, and I've already fulfilled that promise, Yuan said with a profound smile. What are you talking? That person halted his sentence midway, and the entire room turned dead silent. Chairman Li suddenly stood up and bowed. How are you doing, Yuan? When the investors heard Chairman Li addressing him as Yuan, they all realized the truth almost simultaneously. Why you're Player Yuan? That's impossible, David Swanson exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Don't tell me you're going to ask for proof again? I don't have the energy to deal with your nonsense anymore. These guys, aren't you Mr. David? A familiar voice suddenly resounded. Yuan and everybody in the room turned to look at Chu Liuxiang. You know him? Yuan asked her. Of course. I have seen him at the Chu family plenty of times. She nodded. Why you are? Young Lady Chu, what are you doing here? David Swanson also recognized Chu Liuxiang after looking at her face closely. The other investors there also recognized her. As one of the most powerful and wealthy backgrounds in the country, it was only natural for these investors to approach the Chu family. Is it weird for me to be here? Chu Liuxiang said. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. What about the Chu family? Oh, I left the family long ago. I am now part of his family. She pointed at Yuan. Seriously? You left the Chu family to be with Yu Tian? People may know him as Yu Tian, but I have always known him as Yuan. Chu Liuxiang suddenly narrowed her eyes. Anyways, I heard about the situation from him. So you guys are involved with the Yu family, huh? Why am I not surprised? The investors began sweating. If even someone like Chu Liuxiang decided to leave the Chu family for him, there was no way they could refute his identity as Yuan anymore. Please forgive us, Yu Tian, no Yuan. David Swanson fell to his knees and kowtowed to Yuan. The other investors immediately followed. Ha ha ha. Yuan suddenly started laughing. You want me to forgive you after everything that you've done to me? In your damn dreams. The investors began taking steps back, distancing themselves from Yuan. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Once I am done with the Yu family, I will deal with you guys as well. Do you deal with us? You may be famous, but do you have what it takes to handle us? You're just a damn child. What can you do besides threatening us with harm? Mr. Jiang suddenly shouted. Yuan smiled and said, I may be a child, but I could destroy all of you with a few words. Oh, I would love to see how you're going to achieve that. Yuan smiled and turned to look at Chairman Li. Chairman Li, can you prepare an interview for me? I'd like to speak with the world for a moment. Of course, I will have everything prepared in an hour. Yuan looked at the investors and spoke. I will give you all a chance to live a normal life. If you give me all of your money, I will forgive you. All of our money? You must be out of your damn mind. David Swanson shouted. Yuan shook his head and said, Don't be so rash. They'll give you until the interview begins to give me the money. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 992, published at 23rd of May, 2022, 3:18 and 24 seconds a.m. Chapter 992. 992 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 992. Removing his mask an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Since then, Chairman Li not only prepared the interview, but also spread news that player Yuan will be the one doing the interview. When news spread, people from all over the city flocked to the Cultivators Association, filling up the square outside almost immediately. Wow, there's a lot of people, more than I anticipated. Yuan looked at the crowd outside through the window. What are you planning? David Swanson asked him in a nervous voice. Yuan smiled and said, You're right. I don't have the power to deal with you guys. After all, I'm just one person who happens to be really good at a video game. However, what if I make those with power deal with you guys? He turned to look at the crowd again and continued, I wonder how many legacy families are in that crowd? I also wonder what they would be willing to do for me if I offer them divine rank cultivation techniques and divine grade treasures. Why you're going to bribe them? The investors were in disbelief. No, I'm only giving them a reward for helping me out. I guess you can even say that I am merely hiring them for service. Once I give them your names, I wonder how long it will take for them to destroy you guys. Yuan showed them a cold smile. If divine grade treasures are not enough, I can even offer them ancient grade treasures. Ancient grade treasures, they exclaimed. In this world, besides Yuan, nobody has managed to acquire ancient grade treasures. In fact, besides a lucky few, even divine grade treasures are unobtainable. The investors there looked at each other with fearful looks on their faces. If Yuan was truly planning on bribing the public to destroy them, they would have no chance of survival. After all, even they would do everything in their power to help Yuan if they had the chance. Yuan, the interview is ready. You can go onto the stage whenever you want. Chairman Li suddenly entered the room and said, All right, I'm coming. Yuan wore a mask on his face before approaching the door. Wait, I am willing to give you all of my fortune. One of the investors there suddenly stepped forward and announced, Me too. I will also give you every penny in my bank account. Another stepped forward. In their eyes, even if they gave away all of their money, there was still a chance for them to earn more money. However, if Yuan successfully bribes the world to destroy them, they might not survive through the rest of the week. In the end, 4 out of the 12 investors there decided to hand Yuan all of their money in order to purchase his forgiveness. As for the other 8, they refused to believe that Yuan would be able to bribe the public, as that would destroy his reputation. No more takers. All right, don't say I didn't give you a chance later. Yuan walked out of the room shortly after with Chairman Li. Once they were alone, the investors there argued amongst themselves. Why did you agree to give him all of your money? There's no way that he would be able to bribe the public. As if the other families would be that stupid to agree to such a thing. I'm not taking that risk. Even if he successfully bribes the public, he would immediately become the world's #1 enemy. A single person shouldn't be able to hold that much power. The others will crush him before he can crush us. While the investors argued, Yuan appeared in the square and stepped on a portable platform that had just been prepared. Look, it's player Yuan. Damn it, he's still wearing a mask. Is he the real deal or just a fake? The chairman of the Cultivators Association is the one who organized this event. I don't think they would do something like this if he was a fake. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Hello, everyone. I am Chairman Lee of the Cultivators Association. First of all, I would like to thank you all for coming here on such short notice. Second, I would like to thank Player Yuan for his participation despite his busy schedule. Chairman Lee took the microphone and spoke to the crowd. After talking for a few more minutes, Chairman Lee handed the microphone to Yuan. The entire place turned dead silent as they anxiously waited for him to speak. This was happening all over the world, as the interview was being broadcast to the whole world. After taking a deep breath, Yuan spoke into the microphone. Thank you all for coming today. Before I start, I would like to apologize for not appearing before all of you sooner, but I had a reason for hiding myself, and I'm going to tell you all that reason today. Due to some family issues and health issues, I was unable to come out until today. I was born with a healthy body, but my body would stop functioning properly as I grew older. I lost my ability to see when I was only 7 years old. When I was 13 years old, I became a cripple that couldn't even get out of bed without the help of another person, and for the next few years, I would remain in such a state. I am currently 18 years old, almost 19, and I have been living in solitude for almost 5 years now, hence why I am only appearing in public now. The people watching Yuan's speech were left speechless after learning about his tragic life, and they all understood why he hasn't shown himself for so long. Wait, what the hell is he doing? What happened to bribing the public? Why does it seem like he's going to reveal his true identity? The investors watching from inside the Cultivators Association were shocked. Yuan continued speaking. Now that I have completely recovered, I'm going to celebrate by finally revealing my true identity to all of you today. Everyone watching swallowed nervously after hearing his words. Player Yuan is finally going to reveal his true identity. This is what everyone and their mother has been waiting for since the day of his first appearance in the form of an announcement in Cultivation Online. And without any hesitation, Yuan removed his mask, revealing to the world his handsome face. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 993, published at 23rd of May, 2022, 3:18 and 23 seconds a.m., Chapter 993. 993 if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again, Chapter 993. Player Yuan's true identity after removing his mask. Yuan placed it on the table in front of him and stared at the crowd with a calm expression. It was almost as though the world was silent at this moment, as not a single sound could be heard from that location. That's Player Yuan? Doesn't he seem familiar? It's like I have seen him before. Some of the people there felt familiarity after seeing his face. Wait, isn't that Yuan? The legendary music prodigy who recently performed in a concert after disappearing for many years. I'm sure of it. That's Yuan. I even watched his performance a few days ago. Someone there finally recognized Yuan's face and exclaimed, letting everyone there know of his identity. Yuan smiled and said, "Indeed, I am that Yuan." The crowd became chaotic after this shocking revelation. Nobody there could have expected the mysterious Player Yuan to be the missing child prodigy, Yuan. Shortly after Yuan revealed his true identity as Yuan, people from all around the world started contacting the Yu family. However, there was no response from the Yu family, almost as though they had suddenly disappeared. Sometime later, Yuan's voice resounded again. I am sure that some of you are trying to contact the Yu family even as I am speaking, but I must warn you, you're only wasting your effort. Why would you say that, Yuan? One of the reporters there asked him. Yuan glanced at the person who just spoke and responded in a cold voice. Don't address me with that name. I don't want to be associated with that family. The people there trembled after hearing his cold voice. Did something happen between you and the Yu family? Would you be willing to tell us about it? Another reporter there asked. Of course. That's why I'm doing this interview. I'm going to answer as many questions as I can. He nodded. Anyways, the reason why I don't want to be associated with the Yu family is because Yuan proceeded to tell the whole world about how the Yu family had mistreated and abused him since he was a child, treating him as though he was a slave for their own profit. He told them about how the Yu family had adopted him only to profit from his talents. He told them about how they would force him to practice day and night without any breaks. He told them about how they forced him to sign an illegal contract when he was still a young child. He told them about how they abandoned him after he became a cripple and how they treated him like trash since then. When the world learned of all the horrible things the Yu family had done to him, everyone felt anger in their hearts, and they cursed the Yu family inwardly. After talking about all of the bad things the Yu family had done to him, Yuan started talking about the good things. He spoke about how his younger sister had sacrificed herself so that she could take care of him for many years despite being 2 years younger than himself. He spoke about a certain servant who treated him like her own child. Even though he wanted to drag the Yu family through dirt, he didn't want those who helped him to be dragged along merely because of their association with the Yu family. So he spoke about Yu Rou and Mei Feng, treating them as though they were his savior. This way, nobody would dare to mess with them, even if they were associated with the Yu family. In fact, Yuan even publicly announced that if anyone were to mess with Yu Rou or Mei Feng, they would face his wrath. Brother, Yu Rou, who was watching the broadcast with Xia Jingyi and White Lotus, bawled her eyes out. Even though her own family had been exposed for their behavior and will soon be the public's #1 enemy, she couldn't help but feel as though a mountain had been lifted from her shoulders. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. Sometime later, Yuan said, although I want to blame all of my suffering on the Yu family, that wouldn't be fair, as they were only manipulated by the true masterminds. Oh no, this bastard is going to get us killed. The investors finally realized Yuan's true intentions, but it was already too late. Yuan proceeded to name the 8 investors that refused to renounce their fortune for his forgiveness, and spoke about how they had corrupted the Yu family, even mentioning the companies they owned. Immediately after Yuan revealed their names, the named investors started getting phone calls from pretty much everybody on their contact list and more. Mr. Swanson, it's a disaster. Most of our investors and associates have just announced that they will stop supporting us and even demanded for their money back. At this rate, we'll go bankrupt. Mr. Jiang, please, you need to do something. The legacy families are suddenly threatening to destroy us. What is happening? When the 4 investors that renounced their fortune for Yuan's forgiveness saw the results of their decision, they all sighed in relief, feeling as though they'd just dodged a massive bullet, even though they will soon be losing all of their money. Fuck, that fucking bastard. We're ruined. The 8 investors cried, but there was nothing they could do about the situation. However, Yuan wasn't done just yet. Although I cannot do anything against these people that have wronged me by myself, I would like to seek your help. If you can do something about it, please help me get justice. I will owe you a favor. You have my word. When the powerful families that have been wanting to recruit Yuan heard the last few words of his sentence, they all decided to help him. This guy is freaking brutal. Chairman Li was sweating buckets as he stood behind Yuan, realizing how lucky he is to not be Yuan's enemy. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 994, published at 23rd of May, 2022, 3:18 and 22 seconds a.m., Chapter 994. 994 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again, Chapter 994. End of Yuan's interview. After dealing with the Yu family and the 8 investors, Yuan decided to answer some of the public's questions. I will now be answering any questions you may have. All of the reporters there immediately started shouting their questions. It was so chaotic and loud that nobody could hear a proper question being asked. Please calm down. Since everyone here seems to have a question, I will pick some of you. Yuan said. Once the place was quiet again, Yuan randomly pointed at someone in the crowd. The young man wearing a yellow shirt with a red heart. Do you have a question for me? Why, yes. Thank you for picking me. I want to ask, are you still playing? A lot of people seem to think that you've quit for some reason. Of course I'm still playing. In fact, I intend on ascending to the next realm after I return home from all this. The audience were shocked to hear such news, because if Yuan manages to clear the stairway to heaven, the third heaven will be unlocked for all players. Next question. The young lady wearing a red shirt and blue jeans. Yuan picked another person shortly after. Thank you for picking me. I would like to ask, what is your current cultivation in and out here? Yuan smiled and said, I am at the peak of Spirit Lord. As for my current cultivation, I am a Spirit Grandmaster. What? He's already achieved Spirit Grandmaster? Everyone watching was in disbelief. If you don't believe me, then let me show you something. Yuan's body suddenly started hovering towards the sky, shocking everyone there, including Chairman Li. He's flying. How was that possible? Is this a magic trick? The reporters there asked him. Once you achieve Spirit Grandmaster, you can start learning something called Qi Manifestation. If you master this technique, you will be able to fly. This is also true in. Most people already knew that Spirit Grandmasters could fly without flying swords in, but they didn't think it would also work in the real world. Once the crowd calmed down, Yuan continued to answer their questions. An hour later, Yuan said, I will be ending the interview now. Thank you all for participating. However, before leaving, he still had a surprise for everyone there. After taking a deep breath, he spoke into the microphone. In order to celebrate this occasion, I would like to host a little event, and anyone can participate in this event. 7 days from now, I will hide some heaven-grade treasures and even a divine-grade treasure in Spirit Heaven. If you can find it, it will be yours. I will give you the general location of the treasures on the same day. Good luck, everybody. Yuan walked away from the platform and entered the Cultivators Association with Chairman Li, while the guards there blocked the reporters from bombarding them. After returning to the room with the investors, Yuan looked around and asked, where are the others? There were only 4 people left inside the room, and they were the ones who agreed to give Yuan their wealth. They all left long ago. If you had mentioned my name during the interview, I would have left too. I see. Anyways, you have until tonight to hand me all of your wealth. If I find out that you didn't give me all of your money, I will do another interview. And don't even try running away because I will find you. Once you transfer the money, I don't want to ever hear from you or see you guys again. Do you understand me? Why, yes. We understand. They all shouted. Once Yuan handed his bank account to them, the 4 of them ran away. Now I don't need to worry about having no money for a while. Yuan smiled once he was alone with Chairman Li. You'll probably have enough for more than one lifetime with the amount of money you're going to be getting later. Chairman Li shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Thanks for your help, Chairman Li. This wouldn't have been possible without your help. Visit Me for extra chapters. I will be glad to help you at any time. If you need help again, you know where to find me. I will send you a location in 7 days. Go there and you will find something. No need to thank me. This is my way of thanking you. Yuan said to him. Okay. Chairman Li nodded with excitement. Sometime later, he flew away from the Cultivators Association since the outside was still flooded with people. A few blocks away, he met up with Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Now that the entire world knows your true identity, what are you going to do? Chu Liuxiang asked him. The same as usual, he said with a smile. I still can't believe you actually went through with it. I wonder how the Yu family is doing now. I doubt they'll be able to survive after this scandal. They'll probably go into hiding. Meishio said, they can hide all they want, as long as they give me back my money. Yuan said, hey Yuan, since we have some time now, let's go visit the orphanage. Chu Liuxiang suddenly suggested. The orphanage? Yuan repeated in a mumbling voice. Yes, it's not that far from here too. Sure, let's go. Yuan nodded with a smile. They started making their way to the orphanage while the rest of the world talked about Yuan's interview today. Meanwhile, at Eternal Lotus's, White Lotus and the others were busy refusing people that were trying to get into contact with Yuro after learning about her relationship with Yuan. As for the Yu family, their headquarters was surrounded by people that were throwing trash, among other stuff, into their property. The police did not bother stopping these people because they didn't receive any complaints and they also wanted justice for Yuan. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 995, published at 23rd of May, 2022, 3:18 and 20 seconds a.m. Chapter 995. 995 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 995. Orphanage an hour later. Yuan arrived at the orphanage that he and Chu Liuxiang used to call home. Wow, this place looks worse than it does in my memories. Yuan was surprised by the poor condition of the place. Well, it's been over a decade since we lived here, and this place never had any money to begin with, Chu Liuxiang said, and she continued in a sighing voice. Even though the Chu family had offered to give them donations multiple times, they would always refuse it. Why would they do that? I have no idea. She shook her head. So this is where you two came from. Meisho was focused on the orphanage, as she considered this place as Yuan and Chu Luxiang's true origins. Let's see if they are still in service, Yuan said a moment later. They approached the worn building and knocked on the door. A few moments later, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman appeared before them. How may I help you fine ladies and gentlemen? The middle-aged woman asked them with a gentle smile. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw this woman's face, and he muttered in a low voice, Sister Ellis? Is that you? HM? Do I know you, handsome young man? The middle-aged woman asked with a puzzled face. It's me, Yuan. Do you remember me? I used to play the harmonica all the time for you and the other orphans. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened with surprise after hearing his words. She covered her mouth and spoke in a trembling voice. Why, Yuan? Is that really you? My God, you've grown into such a fine young man. I couldn't recognize you at all. Sister Ellis, what about me? Do you remember me? Chu Liuxiang spoke next. Ellis turned to look at her. Lulu, you look almost the same as the day you left. Your beautiful hair and hazel eyes. It's hard to forget about you even if I want to, especially since you were always the loudest one. She turned to look at Meisho next and asked, Were you also from this orphanage? Sorry, but I don't recognize you. No, I am not. Meisho quickly shook her head. I see. Anyways, what brought you two back to the orphanage? Ellis asked them a moment later. We're just visiting, said Chu Liuxiang. How are you and the orphanage doing nowadays, Sister Ellie? If there's anything we can do to help, Yuan asked her. Unfortunately, the orphanage is no longer in service. In fact, we shut down just last week. I'm still here just to finish closing this place down. What? The orphanage is no longer in service. What happened? Chu Liuxiang exclaimed. Well, we ran out of money, so we can no longer operate. Seriously? My father told me that Head tried donating to your orphanage, but you guys would always refuse. Is there a reason why, even though you clearly needed the money? Ellis sighed and said, The owner of the orphanage is a corrupt bastard. Any money that gets donated to this orphanage will be stolen by him. So I refused the Chu family's donation, as I don't want to give him any more money, even if it means shutting this place down. Yuan and Chu Liuxiang frowned after learning the truth. Who is the owner of this place? I want to have a word with him. Yuan said, What? I appreciate your thoughts, but there's no point in doing that. The orphanage is already closed. Furthermore, the owner sold it. This place will be demolished soon. There is nothing you or I could do about it. We won't know for sure until we try it. I made a small name for myself, so I should be able to help. Please, Sister Ellie, I don't want this place to disappear in such a manner. Yuan said in a dispirited manner. Ellie sighed. All right, I will give you the name of this person. Just don't do anything rash, okay? Of course. Yuan nodded with a smile. Ellie handed him a business card that had all of the information they needed on it. Thank you. Give me a moment while I make a call. Yuan took the business card and proceeded to call Chairman Li. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Hello, Chairman Li. If you don't mind, I'd like to trouble you again. What happened? You see. Yuan began telling Chairman Li about the situation and the owner's information. How dare this scoundrel steal money from an orphanage that helps children? Unforgivable. Don't worry, I will make sure he's taken care of before the day ends. Thank you. After hanging up, Yuan returned to Ellis. Sister Ellis, if you had the chance, would you become the new owner of this orphanage? He suddenly asked her. Well, it's always been my passion to help those in need, especially children. If I can manage the orphanage, I would definitely do it. Why are you asking? You will see in a bit. Yuan smiled. While we wait for the results, can we take a look around the building? He then asked. Of course. Yuan and the others followed Ellis into the orphanage shortly after. The interior is exactly like how I remember, but it's a lot smaller. Chu Liuxiang said. You're much bigger now, so it's only obvious that this place would seem smaller. Ellis chuckled at her silly remarks. Hey, Yuan, do you remember this spot? You would always sit on the table here and play the harmonica for us. Chu Liuxiang pointed at an empty spot that used to have a table. I do, and you would always shake the table whenever you asked me to play another song. Yuan smiled. Yuan and Chu Liuxiang would reminisce about their life as an orphan as they walked through the old and empty building. Shortly after their tour ended, Chairman Li called Yuan to let him know some good news. I see. Thank you very much, Chairman Li. I will return this favor in 7 days. Yuan said to him. After hanging up, he turned to look at Ellis with a wide smile on his face. Yuan, what's the matter? She asked in a nervous voice. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 996, published at 23rd of May, 2022, 3:18 and 19 seconds a.m., Chapter 996. 996 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again, Chapter 996. Personal maid, I have some good news, Sister Ellis. This place will no longer be demolished, and you will become the new owner. Yuan relayed this news to her. What? How is that possible? What did you do? Ellis didn't dare to believe such good news. I just called a friend who could help us. But this place was already sold. How did they manage to convince the buyer? Who knows? He shrugged. What about the previous owner? What happened to him? He will be going to jail. What about the funds? Even if I own this place, if I don't have any money, that's also been taken care of. I will be donating some of my money to this orphanage, so you don't have to worry about money for a long time. Why you? I don't want to put such a burden on you. It's fine. I won the lottery recently, so I have plenty of money. Yuan chuckled. Seriously? Ellis stared at Yuan's calm expression with a shocked face. Seriously? He confirmed. My God. By the way, there will be someone here later to help you get everything settled. They will also assist you until you can manage this place properly. Tears began pouring out of Ellis' eyes. Thank you. How can I ever repay you for this? You already have. Yuan smiled. Yuan and the others stayed with Ellis until the help chairman Li Sen had arrived. Hello, I am Peter, and these people behind me are my team. We will be helping you get this orphanage back up and running as soon as possible. We will also teach you how to manage the place. The man leading the group introduced himself. Then we'll be leaving now, Sister Ellis. We'll come back later to check up on you. Yuan said to her. After saying their goodbyes and hugging Sister Ellis, Yuan and his group left the orphanage. You're very lucky to have such a close relationship with him, Sister Ellis. Peter said to her after they left. Huh? Why? You don't know? No. Peter proceeded to tell Ellis about Yuan's background, which greatly shocked her. Oh my! To think he had lived such a horrible life after leaving the orphanage. But I'm really glad that he's managed to turn his life around. Ellis sighed. At the end of the day, Yuan asked Meishio, what's the situation with our money? She looked at their bank account and said, the 4 investors have already sent their money. We currently have $122 billion in the bank. However, we haven't received anything from the Yu family yet. I see. Yuan sighed. Are you going back to deal with the Yu family? Chu Liuxiang asked. Knowing them, they probably already fled the city and went into hiding. He shook his head. So what are we going to do now? Look for them? It's already getting late, so I'm not going to bother. They can run, but they won't be able to hide forever. Well, eventually find them, and when we do, Yuan's eyes glinted with a killing intent. Meishio and Chu Liuxiang swallowed nervously. Let's go home for now, he said to them a moment later. Okay. They took a taxi back to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. A few hours later, they arrived at the bottom of the mountain. Welcome back, young Master Yuan. The guards outside the gates greeted him. Hey, we're back. Young Master Yuan, there's actually someone waiting for you, one of the guards suddenly said to him. Huh? Who? It's me, young master. A familiar voice resounded beside them. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yuan turned to look at this person. A smile appeared on his face when he realized her identity. Miss Meifeng, are you sure? Yuan asked her. Of course. It's always been my dream to work for you after you joined the Yu family, and this is still my dream, she said. After taking a deep breath, she bowed to him and spoke in a nervous voice. Young master, I would like to work for you. Please hire me. I'm even willing to work for free. Of course I will hire you. Yuan smiled. Thank you, young master. You will not regret it. Mother, Meishio mumbled. Meifeng turned to look at her next. You don't have to worry about me. Just continue living your life as usual, she said. Mother doesn't know about my relationship with Yuan yet. Things will definitely become awkward later if I don't tell her soon. Meishio sighed inwardly. Meifeng followed Yuan and the others up the Dragon Spiral Mountain until they arrived at their destination. So this is the young master's current home, she mumbled in a dazed voice. Let's go inside, Yuan said. By the time they entered the building, the members of the Demon Ceiling faction were already waiting by the door to greet them. Welcome back, everyone. I saw the news. I can't believe that you'd actually revealed your true identity to the whole world, Yuan. Shi Lang said. It was going to happen eventually, so I might as well do it sooner. Yuan smiled. Who is this beautiful lady? Wang Ming asked with his gaze looking at Meifeng. This is God evening, everyone. I am called Meifeng, Mike's mother, and I will be working here as the young master's personal maid starting today. She introduced herself before Yuan could even say anything. And Mike's mother. No wonder why you look so familiar, even though this is my first time seeing you. The members of the faction were shocked by her identity. However, as excited as they were about meeting Mike's mother, they were all wondering the same thing at this moment. Meishio is already Yuan's woman, yet her mother will be serving him as his servant. Isn't this incredibly awkward? How will their relationship even work? Miss Meifeng, let me show you around the place. There are plenty of spare rooms, so you can pick your own room. Yuan said to her a moment later. Okay. She nodded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 997, published at 24th of May, 2022, 2:27 and 24 seconds a.m., Chapter 997. 997 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again, Chapter 997. Room inspection. Once Meifeng left with Yuan to tour around the mansion, the rest of the people there turned to look at Meishio. Meishio, now that your mother is here, are you going to be fine? Wang Bingbing asked her. She nodded. It will be fine. She may be my mother, but I am an adult now, and we're no longer the Yu family. Nothing will change, even with her presence here. Your mother seems like the serious type. She's like the complete opposite of you. Wang Ming said. She's very serious and strict when it comes to her work, but she is always perfect. It might take a while, but you will eventually get used to her. Is there anything we should be aware of about her? Like what might make her angry? Meishio pondered for a moment before responding. If anything, she hates lazy people, I guess. But I don't think any of you should worry about it. She's working for Yuan now, so she will probably change just like I did. While Meifeng followed Yuan around the mansion, she asked him, What do you usually do nowadays, young master? Miss Meifeng, do you think you can stop calling me young master? You're Mike's mother, so it feels a little weird to be addressed in such a manner by you. Not to mention that I am no longer a little kid. You're also no longer working for the Yu family. You don't need to be so formal. Things are really relaxed around here. Even if you say that, what am I supposed to call you? I have called you young master for over 10 years now, and old habits are hard to change. Furthermore, even if I'm not at the you family, I'm still working for you. Can't you just call me Yuan like everyone? That feels wrong to me. I think I will continue to call you young master, after all. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, Your demeanor reminds me of someone I know but she's much more easygoing than you, even a little silly at times. Anyways, to answer your question, I usually just train with the others in the morning before going into. That's it? Just training and playing video games? What about the instruments? Did you return to playing them? Occasionally, I play the zither. But other than that, I don't touch other instruments. Actually, I guess I also played the piano a couple of times for Euro. Do you have no intentions of returning to the world of music? Your talents. It really would be a waste. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. Now that the entire world knows you, Tian and Yuan are the same person, I might do a concert once in a while to entertain my fans. However, I don't intend on profiting from it. I want people to be able to enjoy my music without needing to worry about not affording tickets. That's just like you, young master. Sometime later, Yuan showed Meifeng his room. This is my room. That room, right? There is Xia's room. Meifeng entered his room the following moment and immediately started inspecting it. Young master, this place is full of dust. Meishio, what does she do nowadays? Why isn't she cleaning your room? Meifeng had a frown on her face as she looked at the little amount of dust on her fingers. Although Chu Liuxiang cleans their room, she's not a professional maid like Meishio or Meifeng, so it was only natural that the room isn't sparkless. Meishio doesn't work as my maid anymore. I have her handle the faction and the food. Other than that, she trains with us and mainly focuses on her cultivation. Young master, you cannot live like this. With this much dust in the room, you could easily get sick. Starting today, I will be cleaning your room every day. Meifeng declared. Of course, the room wasn't as dirty as Meifeng made it sound, but even a speck of dust in the room is one too many for someone like her. And what to see Xia's room now? Meifeng said after a quick inspection of Yuan's room. Normally, one would need permission to enter Xia's room, but this was Meifeng, her mother. Even Yuan didn't dare to stop her from entering. A moment later, Meifeng entered Xia's room and started her inspection. At least she's keeping her own room clean. Meifeng couldn't find anything to complain about after the inspection. The bed was neatly made, and the furniture in the room was sparkling clean. However, Meifeng wasn't satisfied just yet, so she dug a little deeper, going into her clothes and such. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. A few minutes later, when Meifeng reached Xia's bed, she noticed something was off and reached her hand underneath the bed mattress. Yuan raised his eyebrows, wondering what she was doing. What's this? Meifeng felt something like a box and pulled it out. When she saw what was written on the box, her eyes widened with shock, and her hands even began trembling. Birth control pills? Why the hell is she hiding such a thing? Meifeng cried inwardly. She turned to look at Yuan in a stiff manner. Why, young master? Are you and Meishio, by some chance, doing it? About that, Yuan didn't expect for Meifeng to find out about his relationship with her daughter so soon, but now that the cat is out of the bag, he might as well tell the truth. Yes, we're partners. We were going to tell you later when the time was right, but I guess there's no longer any need for that. Yuan chuckled. Meifeng turned to look at the box again. That girl, she really did it. A slight smile appeared on Meifeng's face. She returned the box back to its original place and said, Don't tell Meishio about this. I want to hear it from her. I understand. He nodded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 998, published at 24th of May, 2022, 11:09 and 38 seconds a.m. Chapter 998. 998 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 998. Who was your first? Mei Feng left Mike Sia's room shortly after putting back her secret. How long have the two of you been going out? She asked him as they continued the tour around the mansion. Not that long. It started shortly after we moved to this place, he said. Who made the first move? Mei Xiao, is that so? It appears that she's changed more than I anticipated. And she continued, what about you, young master? What do you think of my daughter? I love her very much, Yuan said without any hesitation. Mei Feng smiled. Do you remember when I asked you the same question last time? I do, and I was naive back then. However, I have changed. I can see that. Sometime later, after seeing the whole mansion, Mei Feng picked her own room. I want to live in this room, Mei Feng said as she stood at the door on the opposite side of Mike Sia's room in the hallway. If that's where you want to stay, I have nothing to say. Yuan nodded. Mei Feng moved all of her luggage into the room shortly after. When Mei Xiao learned that her mother will be living in the room across from her, she felt a little nervous and worried because that could affect her nighttime activities with Yuan. Everyone in the building gathered at the dining room later. Starting today, as the head maid of this place, I'll be taking care of breakfast and dinner and cleaning the mansion. Although I am the young master's personal maid, if you ever need any help, don't hesitate to ask. As for your laundry, I will be doing 2 to 3 people a day throughout the week. If you wish to do your own laundry, just let me know. Thank you, Madame Mei Feng, the others said to her. The members of the Demon Ceiling faction proceeded to introduce themselves to her one by one. Sometime later, everybody went back to their own rooms to rest as it was getting late. Yuan and Mei Feng stayed up a little longer to chat. What happened to the Yu family afterward? Do you know? She asked him. They ran away, and they still owe me my money. Yuan smiled. Who could have imagined that something like this would happen, she sighed. This is karma. They deserved it. By the way, there is still something that I need to tell you, Miss Mei Feng. It's about in our world. Yuan proceeded to tell her about the truth with and their world. Seriously? This sounds like something straight out of fiction. Mei Feng was in disbelief. I know, but trust me, it's true. Have you ever played? He then asked. No, I never had the time. Your cultivation is also very low. What cultivation technique are you using? Something the Yu family gave me. Yuan pondered for a moment and said, I'm going to get you a new cultivation technique that is far more powerful. Fortunately, you didn't progress that far in your cultivation, or it will be very difficult for you to suddenly change cultivation techniques. Also, I wanted to focus more on your cultivation starting now. It's going to be very important in the future. I will do as you say, young master. Mei Feng nodded. Once Mei Feng retired to her room, Yuan also did the same. Does Mike Sia's mother know about our relationship? Chu Liuxiang asked him in bed. Not ours, but she knows about Mei Xiao and mine. He'll tell her when the time is right. All right, let's go to sleep. The following morning, Yuan was woken up by the sound of someone knocking on his door. Young master, I'm going to start clearing your room now. You can continue to sleep if you want. Mei Feng's voice resounded. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Huh? Wait. Yuan tried to stop her. However, Mei Feng had already opened the door and entered the room with her cleaning supplies. Why, young master? What is the meaning of this? Mei Feng was shocked to see Chu Liuxiang sleeping beside him on the same bed. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed. Sorry, Miss Mei Feng. I should have told you this earlier. This is Chu Liuxiang. She's also my partner. Mei Feng stared at him with wide eyes as she tried to comprehend the situation. You have 2 partners? She eventually understood the situation and asked for confirmation. Yes, I've known Chu Liuxiang before I even came to the Yu family. She was at the same orphanage as me. I see, Mei Feng mumbled. You're not mad? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why would I be mad? Because you're dating 2 women at once? Because you thought I would think that you're betraying Mei Xiao? Something like that, I think. Mei Feng shook her head. You're mature enough to know this, so I will tell you. Mei Xiao was raised to be nothing more than a servant for you. So the fact you accepted her as your partner is already more than I can ask for. And it's not weird for influential people such as yourself to have more than one wife. Of course, Yuan already knew this because Mei Xiao had told him before. Anyways, I'm going to start cleaning your room now. I won't make much noise, so you can go back to sleep if you want. Mei Feng said to him as she started cleaning his room. I don't think I can go back to sleep anymore, so I will just wake up, he said with a smile. While Yuan changed out of his pajamas, Meifeng suddenly asked, "By the way, young master, I have a question." "What is it? Who was your first, Meishio or Chu Liuxiang?" "Meishio," he said in a low voice. "I see." Meifeng didn't say anything else and continued to clean his room, but there was a small smile on her face now. As for Chu Liuxiang, she was still sound asleep. After cleaning his room, Meifeng proceeded to clean the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yuan went to do some light training. Li Jinxi showed up shortly after training with him. Eventually, everyone was in the training field. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 999, published at 24th of May, 2022, 11:09 and 37 seconds AM, Chapter 999. 999 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 999. New member after training. Everyone gathered in the dining room, where breakfast was already prepared by Meifeng. "Wow, did you really cook all of this by yourself?" Wang Ming asked with a dazed look on his face as he stared at the table that was filled with many different dishes for breakfast. "This seems like something that requires a full team of chefs to achieve," Wu Zhao mumbled. "You're more amazing than I thought, Madame Meifeng," Wang Bingbing praised. "If I cannot do this much, then I am not fit to be with a young master." Meifeng spoke calmly. They started eating the food shortly after. "God, this is so freaking good. This is even better than what that old man at the silver restaurant back home makes," Shi Murong exclaimed as he stuffed the food inside his mouth. The demon ceiling faction emptied all of the dishes on the table in less than half an hour. After breakfast, Meifeng took all of the empty plates and went to clean them. "Meishio, is Xiaoying almost here yet?" Yuan asked her. "Yes, she texted me an hour ago that she was on her way here." Mike Xia's phone suddenly started ringing. After seeing the caller, Meishio said, "Speaking of the devil." "This is Meishio," she answered the phone. "I understand. We're coming out now." Meishio hung up a second later and said to Yuan, "She's outside right now." "Great." Yuan stood up and said, "Everyone, our new member is here. Let's all go greet her." Oh, to have two new residents back to back. It seems like the demon ceiling faction is finally growing, Wang Ming said. Sometime later, they went outside to greet the newest member of the demon ceiling faction, Wang Xiaoying. "Hello, Xiaoying. Welcome to our humble home." Yuan greeted her with a friendly smile. "You call this place humble?" Wang Xiaoying stared at the mansion behind him with a dumbfounded look on her face. After snapping out her days, she introduced herself to everyone there. "Good morning. I am Wang Xiaoying. I used to work at my grandfather's hospital, but I am now here. If you need any medical attention, just let me know. I'm also an alchemist so I can also concoct pills for you guys." The members of the demon ceiling faction introduced themselves after her introduction. "Nice to meet you all. Let me show you around. You can leave your luggage inside for now," Yuan said to her afterward. "Okay." Once Wang Xiaoying left with Yuan, the others started talking about their new member. "Wow, she's really pretty. As expected of Yuan," Wang Ming said. "She seems very energetic too." Wang Bingbing added, "Do you know anything about her, Meishio?" They asked her next. "Yes, her grandfather took care of Yuan when he was bedridden. After we left the Yu family, she took her grandfather's place and took care of Yuan for a while. She's a good friend. What about their relationship? Is she also his partner?" Hong Xiuquan asked out of curiosity. "They don't have that kind of relationship. However, Wang Xiaoying admires Yuan a lot, and she even claims to be his #1 fan." Meishio shook her head. "Well, now that she's living with him, it probably won't be long before things happen." Lang shrugged. "Meanwhile, wow, this place is so much nicer inside. Not even 5-star hotels can compare to this." Wang Xiaoying mumbled as they walked around. "Yes, it's a nice place. We're lucky to live here." Yuan smiled. After walking for some time, Wang Xiaoying suddenly said, "By the way, I saw your interview. What did you think of it?" He asked. "I don't know how to say it. I felt angry at the Yu family for what they've done to you, but I am also relieved that you finally exposed them. How are they doing right now?" "I don't know. They ran away and hid somewhere." He shrugged. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. I'm not surprised. They suddenly became the most hated family in the entire world, after all. Also, did you regain your vision? Your eyes regained their color, and it feels like you can see me with your eyes, not your divine sense. Yes, I regained my vision. Wang Xiaoying sighed after hearing his words, and then she said, "Oh, don't misunderstand. I am happy for you, but I have always dreamed about curing your illness." "Thank you, Xiaoying. Your thoughts are enough. However, I don't think you can call it an illness. I think it's more of a curse than anything." "Curse?" Wang Xiaoying raised her eyebrows. "I know it sounds crazy, but I have something to tell you later. It's very important." "Sure." Once their tour was finished and Wang Xiaoying picked her room that was on the same floor as Yuan's room, they sat down to drink some tea made by Meifeng. Miss Meifeng, what are you doing here?" Wang Xiaoying was surprised to see her there. "I am now working for the young master." She gave a quick and brief explanation. "I see." As they enjoyed the tea, Yuan explained the situation with cultivation online to her. "What? Our soul?" Wang Xiaoying was shocked after learning the truth. "Yes, so you shouldn't go too crazy in cultivation online, and try your best and not get hurt. Any damage done to your soul is incredibly severe. I understand. I will be less reckless with alchemy now that I know there are real risks to getting hurt." She swallowed nervously. Sometime later, Wang Xiaoying went to her own room to organize her luggage. Meanwhile, Meishou approached Meifeng. "Mother, I need to speak with you privately whenever you're available." "Meet me in my room in an hour," Meifeng said. "Okay." An hour later, Meishou knocked on the door to Meifeng's room. "Come inside." After entering the room and closing the door behind her, Meishou looked at her mother with a calm but serious expression. "There's something I need to tell you, and it's about my relationship with Yuan. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1000, published at 24th of May, 2022, 11:09 and 36 seconds AM, Chapter 1000. 1000, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again, Chapter 1000. Mother and daughter, I'm listening. Meifeng said as she stood in front of Meishou. Meishou took a deep breath before speaking. "The truth is, I am currently in a romantic relationship with Yuan." Meishou stared at her mother's face to see her reaction. However, to her surprise, Meifeng's facial expression remained unchanged, seemingly unfazed. "I see. Congratulations," Meifeng said to her in a calm voice a moment later. "Why, you're not surprised?" Meishou swallowed nervously. "Why would I be? I knew that it was going to happen eventually." "Is that so?" Meishou was a little disappointed by her mother's lack of reaction. She thought she would be able to surprise Meifeng, but alas, that did not happen. "That's all I have to say." Meishou turned around and began walking towards the door. However, Meifeng stopped her. "Where do you think you're going? You may have nothing left to say, but I haven't said anything yet." Meishou halted her movements and walked back to her original spot. "Let's sit down first." The two of them went onto the balcony and sat down before each other. Once they were seated, Meifeng spoke. "I want to hear about your relationship with the young master. Start from the beginning." "The beginning?" Meishou raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner, as it was too vague. "Start from the day you left the Yu family with him." Meifeng clarified. "Okay." She nodded. Meishou proceeded to recall her experience with Yuan from the day they left the Yu family all the way until the present day. After telling Meifeng everything, Meishou did not stop and continued. "There's something else you should know about. Yuan has another partner, Chu Liuxiang, right?" Meifeng said. "Huh, you knew about it? How?" "I learned about it this morning. In fact, I already knew about your relationship with Yuan since yesterday, when I found the birth control pills hidden under your bed. What kind of sloppy hiding spot is that? Mei Feng revealed the truth to her. You searched my room? Mei Xiu was speechless. No, I inspected it. I wanted to make sure that you weren't slacking. Unbelievable. Mei Xiu became silent. A moment later, Mei Feng spoke. Let's get to the main topic. Main topic? Yes. I want to know your plans. When are you going to bear his children? Bear his children? I'm still too young for that kind of thing. Mei Xiu exclaimed. Too young? You're already an adult. A lot of ladies from influential families start their own family at your age. In fact, I got pregnant with you at that age, too. Seriously? Mei Xiu couldn't believe her ears. Mei Xiu, listen to me. If you want to remain relevant in the family, you must bear his child. The young master will definitely accept more women into his life in the future, and when that happens, he will have less time for you. I am well aware of that, and I will eventually bear his child, but that time is not now. It's too soon, not to mention the situation with cultivation online. Well, it's not like I am forcing you to bear his child. I am merely giving you advice as your mother. In fact, you'll probably become pregnant by accident, anyway. What? Why you sound so confident about that? Because birth control pills are not perfect. Although the chances are slim, it's not impossible for you to become pregnant, even if you take the pills, especially since you're not wearing rubber when doing it with him. Mei Xiu swallowed nervously after hearing her mother's words. Will she really get pregnant by accident? Mei Feng then continued, I don't know much about Chu Liuxiang, but she seems like a bold girl. She'll probably get pregnant before you at this rate, if she's not already pregnant. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm leaving. Mei Xiu stood up and quickly left the room. She may have matured, but she's still a child at heart. Mei Feng shook her head inwardly. Meanwhile, Yuan entered cultivation online. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Welcome back, young master. Good morning, brother Yuan. Hey, I am finally back. Sorry to keep you all waiting. We'll start climbing the stairway to heaven soon. I have one last thing to do before then. Yuan flew around spirit heaven and started hiding treasures in random places. What are you doing, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him in a puzzled voice. I'm hosting an event where I hide treasures for people to find, he calmly explained. Feng Yuxiang was speechless. She had tons of questions, but she didn't dare to ask them. While Yuan hid treasures around the world, the internet was going wild about the event. Player Yuan is hosting a massive event, a chance to acquire heaven-grade treasures for free. Player Yuan's real identity has finally been revealed. Family scandal. Pretty much the entire world was talking about Yuan's interview yesterday, as well as the family scandal. At Eternal Lotuses, their front gate was swarmed with people trying to interview Yuro. Senior Bai, I would like to do an interview of my own. Yuro approached White Lotus with this request. Huh? Why? White Lotus asked. I just think it's the right thing to do. I can't stay silent forever. I will also let the world know my side of the story, she said. After pondering for some time, White Lotus agreed to Rouse's request, and the interview was scheduled to start in 4 hours. News of Rouse's interview started spreading like wildfire after White Lotus revealed it to the reporters outside their faction. 4 hours later, Rose started her interview, and she told the world about her experience with the Yu family, confirming everything that Yuan had said during his interview. Yuan watched the interview later that evening with Mei Xiu and Mei Feng. That little girl, she's growing up so fast, Yuan said with a sweet smile on his face. She handled it well. I haven't seen her in a while, but she's definitely matured a lot. Mei Feng said in a praising voice. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1001, published at 27th of May, 2022, 12:03 and 14 seconds p.m. Chapter 1001. Chapter 1001. Not ready. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1001. Not ready the following morning during breakfast, Li Jinsi asked, Yuan, now that you're back, are we going to start ascending to the next realm? Yes, but I want to wait a few more days just in case anything happens. Once I start ascending, I will be staying in until I finish all of the trials, so I want to make sure that nothing will distract me from it. He nodded. Makes sense. I don't think you need to worry. If anything happens, we'll be able to do something about it. We're here for you, after all. You can rely on us. Wang Ming suddenly said. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding his head. You're right. I should rely on you guys more. All right, we're going to ascend tonight. Make sure you're prepared by then. Okay. The members ascending with him nodded. Young master, may I have some of your time? I have something to ask you. Mei Feng asked him after breakfast. Sure. Where do you want to talk? We can do it in my room, she said. Yuan nodded and followed Mei Feng to her room. After preparing some tea and serving it to him, Mei Feng sat down before him. I'm ready when you are, Miss Mei Feng. Yuan said to her. Thank you, young master. But to be honest, this isn't that serious, and the topic might not be what you expect. Yuan raised an eyebrow as he wondered what she wanted to tell him. After taking a deep breath, Mei Feng spoke with a serious look on her face. Young master, what do you think about having a child with my daughter? Yuan was sipping his tea when Mei Feng started speaking. After hearing her question, he nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. A child with Mei Xiao? Where did this come from? He asked her a moment later. As her mother, it's only natural for me to think about these things now that she's found herself the perfect partner. And to be completely honest with you, young master, I also want to see some grandchildren. I don't know what to tell you, Miss Mei Feng. This is not something I can decide on. Furthermore, we don't have the time to take care of a baby, not to mention that things will only get busier as we get closer to unveiling the truth behind an earth. If you're worried about not having enough time, you don't need to worry because I can take care of the baby and do my work at the same time. I've already done so with both Mei Xiao and you, after all. Even if you say that, have you spoken to Mei Xiao about this? Yuan asked. I have. What's her answer? She said that she's not ready. If she's not ready, then there's nothing I can do. I won't force her to have a child with me if she isn't ready to have one. Yuan shook his head. I know, and I am not asking you to do so. However, if you ever feel like having a child with Mei Xiao, you'll most likely have to be the one to convince her. Knowing her, she's probably waiting for you to approach her. I see. Then to tell you the truth, I also think I am not ready to have any children. I'm still young, and there are many problems in my life that I need to sort out first before I can even start thinking about bringing another life to this world. Mei Feng closed her eyes and remained silent for a couple of moments before sighing. Since the young master has spoken, I won't bother you with this matter anymore. Though, I would like to ask, how is your relationship with Chu Liuxiang? Judging by what I've seen from her, she seems like the type of girl to want a family as soon as possible. Yuan smiled and said, As expected of you, Miss Mei Feng. Your eyes are as sharp as ever. Indeed, Lulu's dream is to have her own family. However, she hasn't asked me to do anything yet. She's also probably waiting for me to approach her, but who knows? She's sometimes very unpredictable. I understand, and I apologize for wasting your time with my little nonsense. Ever since Mei Xiao left with you, I've been thinking about having grandchildren, even though it's never happened before. Don't worry about it, Miss Mei Feng. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. Also, you should stop calling me that. You're my master now. You can just call me Mei Feng. I can call you Mei Feng, but you'll also have to drop the formalities and call me Yuan. That's not fair, young master. Please. You're Mike Xia's mother. It would be weird for my future mother-in-law to address me as young master. Mei Feng released a defeated sigh. I understand. If that's what you want, I shall obey. Yuan. Thank you, Mei Feng. He smiled. For the rest of the day, Yuan would work on his little treasure hunt. Once he made all preparations, he made his way to the stairway to heaven and waited for the others to show up. When Mei Xiao, Chu Liuxiang, and Li Jinsi entered cultivation online, they all approached the stairway to heaven. We're finally going to ascend. I've been waiting for this moment. Chu Liuxiang said in an excited voice as they approached the man handing out the badges. ID like 4 badges. Yuan said to the man, who immediately raised his eyebrows. 4. Only one of you can challenge the stairway to heaven at a time, he said. I know. I'm going to be the only one challenging the stairway to heaven. They're just coming along with me. Yuan smiled. Seriously? Are you aware that, yes, I am aware that by doing so, it would make the trials much harder, and I am prepared for it. The man looked at the three beauties standing behind him and sighed in a low voice. Statistically speaking, men that focus too much on women will never go far in the cultivation world. However, this is your life, not mine. Once the old man handed 4 badges to Yuan, they immediately began climbing the staircase that led to the stairway to heaven. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1002, published at 27th of May, 2022, 12:03 and 13 seconds p.m. Chapter 1002. Chapter 1002. Surrounded. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1002. Surrounded. Once they arrived in front of the staircase, Yuan started climbing it while being pressured by an invisible force. However, unlike the first time, he was not bothered by it at all. As for Mei Xiao and the others, they climbed the staircase without feeling anything. Is it supposed to be this easy? Legion C asked. No, it's not. Since we're not taking the trial, we won't need to do anything. However, Yuan will have to bear our share of effort, so it's going to be a lot harder on him than normal. Chu Liuxiang explained to her. What? If that's the case, why don't we just let him do it by himself? The stairway to heaven will probably open for everyone else after he clears it. There's no reason to make it harder on him for no reason. Legion C said. He's probably already thought about that, but since he isn't saying anything, he probably wants the challenge. After all, it would be too easy if he went inside by himself. Chu Liuxiang shrugged. Will he be okay? Of course. He passed the last stairway to heaven while carrying 3 other people as well. Really? Who was the third one? And where is this person now? He helped a fellow disciple from the same sect to escape her family. She joined one of the 7 spiritual academies with the others. I see. Sometime later, once Yuan and the others arrived before the grand doors of the stairway to heaven, they started inserting their badge into the slots. However, right as Yuan prepared to insert his badge into the door, he suddenly stopped and started looking around. What are you looking for? Chu Liuxiang asked him, but he didn't say anything. Feng Feng, Xiaohua, Ying Ying, he suddenly called them. The 3 of them appeared before him the next second. Protect them, he said. Yes. What's going on, Yuan? Mei Xiao asked him with a slight frown on her face. We're surrounded. Huh? By who? Chu Liuxiang looked around, but she couldn't see anyone. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure that surpassed even the staircase Yuan climbed appeared. Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua used their cultivation to protect Mei Xiao and the others. Where do you think you're going, Yuan? A familiar voice suddenly resounded in the area. 8 figures appeared in the air above them a moment later, all of them emitting the aura of a spirit king. Yuan smiled when he saw the person leading this group. I was wondering when you'll come back, Lord Ji. So, where did you go after disappearing without a word? What happened to my judgment? Your judgment was a little unique, so I had to delay it. You couldn't have picked a better time? I'm finally about to ascend after many delays, and you're here to delay it again? It's almost as though this world is trying to prevent me from ascending for some reason. Ha ha! Lord Ji suddenly started laughing. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. He then spoke. Don't worry, Yuan. This will be your last delay because you will not survive another day. If you're dead, you won't need to worry about being delayed or ascending. So, you're going to kill me today? What happened to not meddling with outside affairs, unless it breaks the balance of the world? Don't tell me that I am going to break the balance of the world by ascending? He asked. Oh no, what you did is far worse than breaking the balance of this world. Lord Ji said, since I'm going to die today, can you enlighten me for a moment? What exactly did I do? Lord G pointed his sword at Yuan and spoke in a cold voice. You offended the heavens, that's what you did. I offended the heavens. How and when did I do such a thing? Yuan raised an eyebrow. That's something I wish to know as well. So you don't know how, or if I even offended the heavens, yet you're here, trying to kill me? Can you be any more unreasonable? I may not know how, but I definitely know that you have offended the heavens. When I called upon heaven's judgment on you, the crystal became pitch black. I didn't know what it meant at that time, because I have never seen such a result before, so I went back home to check. After some research, and much to my shock, I learned that when the crystal turns black after heaven's judgment, that means the heavens wants you dead at all cost. Although it has never happened in the lower half of the 9 heavens before, the crystal only turns black when someone has done something or is planning on doing something that will harm the heavens. Such a heinous crime cannot be fully rectified even with your death, so I'm going to shatter your soul and erase your existence entirely. This is heaven's judgment for you, Yuan, Lord G declared, and he continued, don't even try running away into the stairway to heaven. As the Lord of this realm, I have control over the stairway to heaven. You won't be able to open that door, even if you put in your badge. There's nowhere to run. Is that so? Yuan mumbled. Ah! A familiar-sounding laughter suddenly resounded. Yuan, I am finally going to get the chance to avenge my brother and my son. With the 7 legacy families and the G family working together to take you down, not even the heavens can save you today. All right, even the heavens want you dead. Patriarch Gu, who was among the group of spirit kings, suddenly exclaimed in a spiteful voice, his aura filled with killing intent. Indeed, the 7 individuals that Lord G brought with him were all leaders of their own legacy family from the 7 legacy families. Right after Patriarch Gus's sentence ended, Yuan and the others could see a sea of people approaching them from all directions like a tidal wave. They were all people from the 7 legacy families and the G family, and they were all there to carry out heaven's judgment by killing Yuan. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1003, published at 27th of May, 2022, 12:03 and 11 seconds p.m. Chapter 1003. Chapter 1003, opening the stairway to heaven. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1003. Opening the stairway to heaven. Over 300,000 people have gathered here today just to kill you, Yuan. Don't you feel honored? Lord G said with a cold smirk on his face. Yes, I'm a little flattered that you would go out of your way to send an entire army just for me. However, I will have to disappoint you. Your efforts will be in vain, and I will ascend the stairway to heaven just as planned. Yuan remained calm despite his seemingly hopeless situation. Nobody here can stop me from ascending today. Not even the heavens itself. Ha ha! You're truly one crazy bastard, Yuan. Lord G suddenly burst out laughing, his voice so powerful that it created ripples in the air. I know that you're a talented guy, but there are situations in this world that cannot be solved with talent alone, and this is one of them. You're currently surrounded by the 7 legacy families and my G family. Furthermore, your only way of escape, the stairway to heaven, is blocked. You have no chance of escaping today. The stairway to heaven is blocked. Yuan suddenly scoffed. Who decided that? The stairway to heaven isn't owned by you. If I want to open these doors, there is nothing you can do to stop me. While it is technically true that I do not own the stairway to heaven, as the Lord of this realm, I have the authority to choose who can open the door and who cannot. If you don't believe me, you may go ahead and try it. Lord G said, I was going to do that, even without needing your permission. However, let's also have some fun while we're at it. If I can successfully open the stairway to heaven, why don't you let us go? Are you thinking about forcing your way inside the stairway to heaven? Not even immortals who are near the peak of the cultivation world can force their way into the stairway to heaven, much less a spirit lord like you. Who said anything about forcing my way inside? I am going to place my badge and open the stairway to heaven the normal way. If I can achieve that, promise me that you'll give up on trying to kill me. Lord G narrowed his sharp eyes at Yuan, seemingly trying to figure out his true purpose. Although he was confident that Yuan would not be able to open the stairway to heaven without his permission, he had an uneasy feeling in his guts. Why are you staying silent, Lord G? You don't seem very confident in your own words now. Yuan showed him a mocking smile on his face. There's no need to play your games because you'll be dead soon, Lord G sneered. Anyways, do you have any last words before we kill you? He nodded and asked, what about my friends? Since I am your target, it wouldn't make sense to harm them. Why not let them go? Unfortunately, those who are associated with a criminal like you also deserve the death penalty. Therefore, they're all going to die here with you. That's not very reasonable. It's a pity. I thought you would be a little different from the rest of the villains. Yuan shook his head. Did you just call me a villain? Lord Jai's face suddenly turned ice cold, almost as though he had swallowed a live fly by accident. How dare you compare me with a villain? I am heaven's servant, and heaven is just. You, who dared to offend the heavens, is the villain here. Lord G roared with a twisted look on his face. Clearly, Yuan had accidentally poked his reverse scale. Yuan sighed, forget it, and without even looking, Yuan inserted the badge into the main slot of the doors to the stairway to heaven. However, the stairway to heaven had no reactions whatsoever. The leaders of the 7 legacy families started to laugh out loud after seeing this. Look at this damn fool. It's like he's deaf or something. Lord G clearly told him that he would not be able to open the door. Yuan ignored them and knocked on the door. Tianer, can you hear me? If you don't mind, I'd like to enter. He said out loud. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Ha ha ha. Even the 300,000 people there started laughing out loud. What the hell does he think he is doing? Who the hell is Tianer? Has he gone crazy? However, in the midst of their laughter, the stairway to heaven suddenly started shaking. The 300,000 people there, as well as Lord G and the leaders, stopped laughing and watched with wide eyes as the massive doors for the stairway to heaven started opening. Meishio Lulu Jinsi, I want you to go inside and wait for me. Yuan suddenly said to them with a serious expression on his face. What about you? Why aren't you coming with us? Meishio asked with a worried frown. Don't worry, I will follow you guys once I speak with them some more. What if the door closes on you? Chu Liusheng asked. It won't happen. Trust me. He smiled. All right, we'll wait for you inside. Don't take too long. Meishio nodded. They entered the stairway to heaven the next moment. What the hell is going on? Why did the stairway to heaven open for him? I specifically ordered it not to open for anyone today. Lord G cried inwardly as he watched Meishio and the others enter the stairway to heaven. Oh no, he's going to get away at this rate. Stop him from entering the stairway to heaven at all cost. Lord G suddenly shouted. The leaders of the 7 legacy families immediately rushed at Yuan, who suddenly raised his hands and said, Calm down, I don't intend on leaving just yet. The stairway to heaven closed its doors the following moment. Lord G sighed in relief after seeing that Yuan had remained, but he still couldn't understand why the stairway to heaven had opened just now. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1004, published at 27th of May, 2022, 9:09 and 23 seconds AM. Chapter 1004. 1004 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1004. Heaven's Regulation. What the hell did you do just now? How did you open the stairway to heaven? Lord G questioned Yuan after the shocking event. If you tell me why I'm being hunted, and I will tell you. He said, I already told you. I'm only upholding heaven's judgment. I don't know what you did, but I know that you must die. That doesn't really answer my question, so my question remains unanswered. Yuan shrugged. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. You'll regret not leaving just now, because that was your only chance to survive, even a little longer. Lord Ji smiled. Only a little longer? What can you do to me once I ascend to the third heaven? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Ha ha, you're really foolish and ignorant. Do you really think that you'll be able to escape from punishment just because you escaped to another heaven? In case you forgot, my Ji family exists in the other heavens as well. As long as you remain alive, you'll be hunted by the 9 heavens. Now, you're telling me that I'm going to be hunted by the 9 heavens? That doesn't make any sense. You're making it sound like I am an exile. Oh, so he knows about exiles? How surprising. Lord Ji appeared to be genuinely surprised that Yuan knew about exiles, mostly because they are only ever mentioned in the upper heavens. I wouldn't compare myself to exiles if I were in your shoes, Yuan. As an exile, at least I can be pardoned by completing the supreme heaven's legacy. However, your situation is different. There are no second chances, no opportunity for you to be pardoned. The heavens have already dictated you as a dead man. No matter where you go in the 9 heavens, you will be hunted by those who serve the heavens. Yuan frowned upon hearing this. He will be hunted no matter where he went in the 9 heavens. What did he do to deserve such a punishment? Furthermore, even if he could defeat everyone here today, it will be much harder for him to ascend now that the entire world is suddenly against him. So you will kill me today no matter what. Is that correct? Yuan asked for confirmation. That's right. Lord Ji confirmed. Young master, no matter what you did, even if the entire world is your enemy, I will forever be your loyal servant. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said to him in a calm voice. Xiaohua will always be with Brother Yuan as well. Xiaohua said, I swore my loyalty to you, Yuan. Even if the heavens are against you, I shall fight by your side. Lan Ying said. Yuan smiled and said, Thank you. I'm really glad to have the 3 of you by my side. He then turned to look at Lord Ji and said, As much as I want to kill everyone here for wanting to kill me, I am not that ruthless, so consider yourselves lucky. Yuan knocked on the door to the stairway to heaven the next moment, causing it to open again. Let's go. There's no need to waste our time and effort on these idiots. Lord Ji was shocked to see that Yuan had managed to open the stairway to heaven again, but he wasn't going to let Yuan enter like the girls. He suddenly retrieved a golden medallion and activated his spiritual energy, heaven's regulation. Yuan, who was only a step from entering the stairway to heaven, suddenly felt an immense pressure that even he could not resist, and he was immediately brought down to his knees. Young master, Feng Yuxiang and the others were shocked to see Yuan in such a condition. I did not think I needed to use this treasure so early. However, since you were on the verge of escaping, I had no choice. Lord Ji said after taking a deep breath, feeling relieved that he managed to stop Yuan on time. What immense pressure. What did he do to me? Yuan slowly turned his head to look at the medallion in Lord Ji's grasp. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw the golden medallion. However, this was his first time seeing such an item. Despite that, he felt like he had seen it before, and he could feel something welling up inside him. This feeling, he recognized this emotion very well. It was the feeling of anger, intense anger that could burn even the heavens, and the only time he would feel this kind of emotion is when the evil god appears. Yuan's eyes slowly started turning blood red as the insane amount of anger started pumping his heart with adrenaline. Heaven's regulation. I will destroy the heavens. Yuan muttered in a low but resolute voice. Damn heaven's puppets. I will destroy you all. Yuan suddenly released a deafening roar that caused a ripple that contained intense killing intent to appear, sweeping the area with his terrifying killing intent. Everyone below Spirit Master coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground after experiencing Yuan's killing intent that came only from his voice alone. What happened? Lord Ji and the others were shocked by Yuan's surprise attack that instantly took down all of their spirit warriors and spirit apprentices, which added up to over 100,000 casualties. A pair of beautiful yet ominous crimson wings suddenly sprouted from Yuan's back. Lord Ji and everyone there were horrified when they saw the crimson wings created from killing intent. Even Xiao Hua and the other two couldn't help but tremble before the majestic wings that were drooling red miasma. How is it possible for someone to have so much killing intent? Just how many people did he kill? Lord Ji cried inwardly after seeing Yuan's devil-like appearance, feeling a strong urge to turn around and run the opposite direction. Yuan slowly stood back up and turned to look at Lord Ji with a cold glare that could freeze even the yellow springs of the dead. Heaven's puppet, you will regret showing your face before my presence. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1005, published at 27th of May, 2022, 9:09 and 22 seconds AM. Chapter 1005. 1005 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1005. Fighting Lord Ji and the 7 legacy families, KK kill them all. Lord Ji commanded everyone there in a trembling voice. The 200,000 remaining cultivators there started rushing forward. Seeing this, Yuan turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and the others. With a tranquil expression and a calm voice that could soothe even a crying baby, he spoke, "Leave nobody alive." With pleasure, a wide smile appeared on Feng Yuxiang's face as she flew away from the staircase and towards the army to the west, leaving a trail of beautiful golden flames wherever she went. Xiaohua didn't say anything and flew towards the east. Once she was in front of the army, she retrieved 2 spiritual weapons that emitted an aura only divine-grade treasures can emit. As for Lan Yingying, she went in the direction where Lord Ji and the 7 leaders were not present, leaving them to Yuan. Once she was in the air, Lan Yingying transformed into a massive white serpent. The people there were greatly shocked by Lan Yingying's transformation. She was a magical beast this whole time. No, this divine aura around her. She's a divine beast. Lord Ji exclaimed. He couldn't believe his eyes. Why would a divine beast be with someone like Yuan, much less help him? Once she reached the army, Lan Yingying opened her mouth and breathed scared flames on them like a dragon. Everyone that was unfortunate enough to touch her sacred flames were instantly engulfed in her flames and burned until there was nothing left. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang would cause explosions whenever she went, even creating a sea of flames with her phoenix fire. Xiaohua would casually swing her spiritual weapons and kill over a dozen people with a single swing. Terrified screams resounded in all directions, and the 200,000 army quickly diminished. It was a one-sided slaughter that left Lord Ji and the leaders of the 7 legacy families utterly shocked and terrified, and they all wondered what kind of background Yuan had to be able to do something like this. However, they were also beginning to understand why the heavens wanted him dead. The heavens, are they scared of his potential? He's only a spirit lord in the 2nd heaven, yet he's already amassed such prowess. Lord Ji wondered inwardly. Yuan took a deep breath and sighed out loud. The scent of heaven's puppets being slaughtered is always pleasing, but it's not enough. There's not enough blood, not enough carnage. Yuan suddenly summoned the Empyrean Overlord and flew towards Lord Ji and the 7 leaders. He's coming. Support me, and let's kill him together. Lord Ji also retrieved his weapon and approached Yuan. The 7 leaders followed him from behind. You think you can kill me? Not even the Celestial Emperor could achieve such a feat, much less a few mutts like you. Yuan laughed out loud as he confronted Lord Ji in the air. Celestial Emperor? What nonsense are you mumbling about, you crazy monster? Lord Ji shouted as his sword collided with Yuan's greatsword. Clang! Ugh! Lord G gritted his teeth after feeling the impact behind Yuan's strike, and was even pushed back many meters. What intense strength! Lord G cried inwardly as he tried to recover from the attack. Meanwhile, the 7 leaders surrounded Yuan and started unleashing their techniques at him simultaneously. Seeing this, Yuan used his wings to cover his body, leaving no gaps in his defenses. The power of 7 Spirit Kings clashed with Yuan. The attacks managed to create many holes in Yuan's wings, but these holes disappeared as quickly as they appeared, and the person himself was not hurt in the slightest. Impossible! How can he remain unharmed after eating all 7 of our attacks? What kind of technique is he using? Patriarch Gu exclaimed in a shocked voice. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. We don't have the time to think about it. Let's keep attacking him. I doubt he will be able to use that power for long. The leader of the Xian family, Patriarch Xian, shouted, Mongrels that can't tell the difference between heaven and earth. Allow me to show you what happens when you point your weapons at me. Yuan suddenly gathered an immense amount of killing intent that condensed into a huge blade in the sky. Lord Ji and the 7 leaders were petrified on the spot from fear after witnessing the blade of killing intent in the sky. Azura's blade of execution. Yuan mumbled in a low voice as he gestured for the blade to fall towards Lord Ji and the 7 leaders. Xiao Hua momentarily stopped fighting when she noticed the blade in the sky. That technique. How does Brother Yuan know Xiao Hua's family technique? She cried inwardly. Lord Ji and the 7 leaders wanted to run away from the attack, but the pressure coming from the blade prevented them from going anywhere, forcing them to fight it head-on. Use all of your life-saving treasures. Lord Ji roared in a desperate voice. All of them immediately retrieved all of their life-saving treasures without daring to hold anything back, as their lives depended on whether they could defend this one strike from Yuan. Over 50 kinds of life-saving treasures stood before Yuan and the others. The Azura's blade of execution collided with the life-saving treasures a moment later, and it instantly shattered over half of them. As for the rest of the life-saving treasures, they did not last long either, and the blade continued to fall. Lord Ji and the others even used their blood essence to enhance the life-saving treasures, which would shorten their lifespan and damage their cultivation even if they survived the attack. However, they were desperate and did not want to die. Yuan, let's talk this through. We'll give up on trying to kill you. Have mercy. Lord Ji eventually tossed aside his pride and pleaded for mercy. The 7 leaders also begged for Yuan to spare their lives. However, Yuan's face remained nonchalant, and he spoke in a calm voice. There is only one fate for those who dare block my path, death. And, starting now and until the end of the month, I will be giving bonus chapters for super gifts. Up to 3 bonus chapters will be released every day, not including the 2 daily chapters. Also, check out Magic System in a Parallel World while you're waiting for a new chapter. It has almost 80,000 words. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1006. Published at 27th of May, 2022, 9:09 and 21 seconds a.m. Chapter 1006. 1006 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1006. Azura's Blade of Execution. There is only one fate for those who dare block my path, death. Yuan's words reverberate in Lord Jai's and the leaders' heads, putting them in a daze for a split second. However, this split second was more than enough to disturb their concentration and break their defenses. The heavens will never forgive you for this, Yuan. Lord Ji screamed at the top of his lungs as the Azura's blade of execution consumed their bodies, killing them instantly. Yuan wiped the sweat from his face after deactivating Azura's blade of execution. The technique required so much energy that it nearly exhausted all of his spiritual energy. The heavens will never forgive me. The heavens should be the one begging for forgiveness. He closed his eyes and began recovering his spiritual energy while hovering in midair. When the army saw this, they saw this as a chance to avenge their leaders and kill Yuan while he was weak. And since there were so many people there, Xiao Hua and the others could not hold them all back from reaching Yuan. However, their help wasn't necessary because Yuan still had more than enough energy to deal with the leftovers of the Ji family and the 7 legacy families. Without opening his eyes or moving his body, Yuan used the starry abyss to kill anyone that dared to approach him. Eventually, the rest of the army started fleeing from the battle, with their leaders dead and without having anyone strong enough to deal with Yuan's servants, much less Yuan himself. It was basically a suicide mission with no chance of winning. So the people did what was natural, abandon the fight, and run away. Where do you ants think you're going? There is nowhere for you to run. The young master has ordered us to leave none alive. All of you insignificant ants that dared to point their weapons at my young master will perish here today. Feng Yuxiang exclaimed as she released the strongest technique that she could muster with her current strength. Phoenix flames, burning heaven's art. Feng Yuxiang summoned her fiery wings, and flames started appearing in the sky above her, almost as though the heavens were on fire. Burn them all. Feng Yuxiang flicked her sleeves, causing the sea of flames in the sky to rain down countless fiery projectiles that took the shape of a feather. In mere seconds, tens of thousands of cultivators fell to Feng Yuxiang's attack. Not wanting to lose to Feng Yuxiang, Xiao Hua started releasing heaven-splitting sword strikes with every swing, changing the landscape there within moments. When Lan Yingying saw their awe-inspiring performance, she felt a rush of adrenaline coursing through her body and her heart throbbing with excitement. The 3 servants felt as though something had ignited within their hearts after Yuan gave them their first order to fight for him. So they wanted to perform to the best of their abilities. Although it felt like a long time had passed, in reality, only a few minutes have passed since the fight began. The battlefield eventually became quiet, and Xiao Hua and the others returned to Yuan's side, their mission finished. Young master, we have eradicated everyone from the 7 legacy families and the Ji family. What are your orders now? Feng Yuxiang said to him with a satisfied look on her face. Yuan looked at the destruction that they had caused and spoke. We have done something irreversible today. We might kill even more people in the future, soaking our bodies in blood. I won't blame you even if you wish to leave my side now. Even if you order me to kill everyone in the 9 heavens, I would not hesitate to stain my hands for you, young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Xiao Hua too. Xiao Hua also said. Lan Yingying silently nodded her head. Yuan smiled when he saw the resolve in their eyes, and he spoke in a calm voice. I'm really fortunate to have companions like you by my side. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Sometime later, Yuan's appearance returned to normal, and the evil god's presence could no longer be felt. Let's gather all of the treasures here before we leave. It would be a waste to leave them here, he said to them a moment later. They proceeded to gather all of the spatial rings and storage pouches from the battlefield. Young master, I've been wanting to ask you this for a while now, but how many reincarnations have you experienced? And do you have memories from all of your past life? Feng Yuxiang asked him as they looted the corpses. I don't know. I'm only aware of 4 at this moment, and I don't have all of their memories. I have recently assimilated the Divine Paragon's memories, but I can only absorb so much at a time, so it will be a while before I fully regain all of the Divine Paragon's memories, and until I do that, I cannot touch the others' memories, though they sometimes leak out just like a few minutes ago. He explained to them. Who was responsible for the event just now? Feng Yuxiang asked him. He calls himself the evil god. He seems to be an infamous killer that has killed countless people in the past, but I think there is more to it. Evil god, huh? The name sounds familiar, but I cannot remember where I heard it from. Feng Yuxiang said with a pondering face. Xiao Hua then spoke. Brother Yuan, that technique you used just now, is it also because of the evil god? He nodded. That's right. Azura's blade of execution. Huh? It's the strongest technique I have seen thus far. It must be at least an ancient rank technique. It's a mythic rank technique from Xiao Hua's family. She revealed to him the origin of the technique. What? Really? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. So, the evil god is somehow connected with your family? How surprising, Yuan mumbled. But Xiao Hua doesn't know any evil god. She shook head. It's fine. We don't need to know everything right away. We will find the answers eventually. Xiao Hua nodded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1007, published at 27th of May, 2022, 9:09 and 20 seconds a.m. Chapter 1007. 1007. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again. Chapter 1007. Shocking the spirit heaven. After Meishio and the others entered the stairway to heaven, they appeared in the spectators' room. Where are we? This is the stairway to heaven. Legion C looked around with a curious gaze. This is just the spectators' room. We'll be watching Yuan participate in the trials from here. This way we can't disturb him. Chu Liuxiang explained. I see. The three of them proceeded to wait in silence. 10 minutes passed, but it felt more like an hour to the three ladies that were anxiously waiting for Yuan to enter the stairway to heaven. How long has it been since we entered the stairway to heaven? It's taking too long. Did something happen to him out there? Chu Liuxiang was the first to talk about it. With Feng Feng and the others with him, it will be fine. Meishio calmly said. Are they really that powerful? I have never seen them fight before, though. Chu Liuxiang said. I haven't either, but the feeling I get from them is more powerful than anyone I have met in. Meanwhile, Yuan and the others finally finished looting all of the corpses after much effort. How much do you think we'll get out of this? Yuan asked after putting away the treasures. Honestly, you would have gotten more money from the life-saving treasures, but they were all destroyed. Feng Yuxiang said. Well, there's nothing I can do about that now. Yuan shrugged. Let's enter the stairway to heaven now. I don't want the others to worry since it's been a while. He went to knock on the door shortly after. Once the stairway to heaven opened, Yuan walked into the void. Feng Yuxiang and the other two were teleported to the spectators' room after they entered. Welcome back, Master. A small figure approached Yuan shortly after he appeared inside the stairway to heaven. Thank you for opening the doors, Tianer. To be honest, I wasn't confident that you would do it, but I had to try. Yuan said, You are the true master of the stairway to heaven. The others are just fakes. She said, Anyways, do you mind if I take some time to recover my energy before we start? I'm a little exhausted right now. Tianer nodded. Take as long as you need, Master. The trials will not officially start until you walk those stairs. Thank you. Yuan took a seat right on the spot and began cultivating. Tianer sat before him and actually helped him recover his energy by guiding the spiritual energy within the stairway to heaven, making it much easier for him to absorb. Evil God, why did you feel so much rage when you saw that golden medallion? What did it mean to you? Yuan wondered to himself as he cultivated. Meanwhile, outside the stairway to heaven, news of the battle that had taken place there began spreading throughout the entire spirit heaven like a massive wildfire. The sheer destruction and damage the place had to endure shocked everyone in that realm. However, almost nobody in spirit heaven knew what had occurred there. The only people that knew of the situation were those in the 7 legacy families and the G family that stayed behind and did not participate in the battle. So not even the 7, now 6 spiritual academies knew the full situation. When news of the battle reached the ears of those within the 7 legacy families and the G family, they were all shocked and became filled with despair, which was only ordinary, as their leaders and most senior members had all perished in a single day. Such devastation was unprecedented for all of these families. Besides a few elders and the younger generation, pretty much the rest of their families were gone. Their numbers had diminished so much that they would no longer be considered a legacy family. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. Contact our families in the upper heavens. We cannot let that criminal escape. Since he's ascending through the stairway to heaven, they can set up an ambush outside. The 7 legacy families wasted no time contacting their families in the upper heavens, letting them know of the situation. What? A single person had defeated our 7 legacy families and the G family. How is that even possible? The families in the upper heavens doubted this information because it sounded utterly ridiculous and impossible. We're not sure if he was working alone or had help, but it's true that everyone who had gone to kill him is dead. That's preposterous. What in heaven's name happened down there? The upper families demanded an explanation. The G family had ordered our 7 legacy families to bring out all of our forces after someone had been judged black by heaven's judgment. You fool! Why did you agree to help him? The 7 legacy families may have some connections to the G family, but we're not their soldiers. The leaders thought it was going to be easy since they were only going to kill a single spirit lord, and they didn't want to lose face. However, it seems like everyone has underestimated this spirit lord, who has unfathomable prowess. What about Lord G and the G family? Lord G was also killed in action. However, we don't know how their family is reacting to the news. I think I can imagine how they're reacting, the leaders of the 7 legacy families from the upper heavens side. Where is this person that dared to slaughter people from our family? Tell me everything about him. The families from Spirit Heaven proceeded to tell them everything they knew about Yuan and that he had entered the stairway to heaven to ascend. Understand, even if he manages to ascend, we will all be waiting for him outside the stairway to heaven. The 3rd heaven will be his last stop. Meanwhile, at the G family, a small group of individuals gathered in the meeting room, all of them showing signs of grief, as they'd just received news about the result of the battle. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1008, published at 27th of May, 2022, 9:09 and 19 seconds a.m. Chapter 1008. 1008. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1008. Preparing their ambush inside the meeting room. One of the people there suddenly spoke after a long moment of silence in the room. Is it true that my father is dead? Yes, it's true. His life tablet is destroyed, and news of what happened at the stairway to heaven has already spread throughout the entire realm. It will only be a matter of time before the people in the upper heavens learn of the massacre. Have we notified our family in 3rd heaven yet? No, not yet. Then what the fuck are we doing here? We need to notify them as soon as possible. We also need to have someone watching the stairway to heaven just in case he fails and stays down here for a little longer. If this Yuan is talented enough to slaughter the 7 legacy families and our G family while we're working together, there's no way that he wouldn't be able to ascend the stairway to heaven. I'm going to notify the family in 3rd heaven. Time is of the essence right now. We cannot allow this criminal who has been sentenced by the heavens to get away with his crimes. The direct descendant of Lord G left the room shortly after while everyone else remained in the meeting room to discuss their future. Now that the majority of our forces along with Lord G are dead, our family has practically become a chicken on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered by our enemies. The moment our enemies learn the truth, that our family is defenseless, they will definitely attack us and try to replace us. This is a disaster not just for us. Even those in the upper heavens will be affected by this mess. What can we do? Go into hiding? How many years will it take before we can regain enough strength to manage this realm again? The spirit heavens will be destroyed by the wars that will soon plague this land before then. We cannot do this alone. We've sustained too much damage to survive by ourselves now. Then we can only request for reinforcements and assistance from our family in the upper heavens for the time being. Meanwhile, the 6 spiritual academies were also having a meeting of their own to talk about the recent events. I don't want to make any speculations, but there is only one person that I can think of who could possibly make such a scene, Sect Master Xiao sighed. Are you talking about Yuan? That was my first thought as well. He also slaughtered the Gu family and the Universal Music Academy. Sec Masterly said, according to our investigation, the corpses there belong to the 7 legacy families and the G family. Besides them, who else could possibly amass such a massive army? But why would they attack Yuan? Do you think it has anything to do with what happened at the Spirit Healing Academy? It's possible, but we won't know for sure until we speak with them. Will they even tell us about it? I doubt they would want to talk about such a massive loss. They have to, if they want our support. I highly doubt they will be able to defend themselves after losing so many people. Their families are practically crippled right now. Sec Masterly said, and when a family is prosperous, as the 7 legacy families and the G family suddenly become this weak, it's inevitable that they become the target of pretty much every power out there, by Enju's side. We should also prepare ourselves for some visitors from the upper heaven. I doubt they will stay silent after something like this happened. They will most likely come down here to assist their own families. Just like the sect masters had anticipated, the 7 legacy families and the G family in the 3rd heaven immediately started preparing to send experts to ambush Yuan at the stairway to heaven after learning of the situation. Furthermore, each family prepared a couple of spirit kings to send to spirit heaven to protect them while they recovered. Even though it will cost them an astronomical amount of resources to send so many experts, they couldn't allow their families in the spirit heaven to perish, not to mention that their techniques and secrets could be stolen by outsiders. The residents in 3rd heaven were greatly alarmed when the 7 legacy families and the G family suddenly gathered a massive army outside the stairway to heaven. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. When they eventually learned of the situation in the spirit heaven, they understood why such drastic measures were being taken, and the entire world held their breath while they waited for Yuan to come out of the stairway to heaven, where he would take his last breaths. Meanwhile, inside the stairway to heaven, Yuan opened his eyes after recovering from his exhaustion. Thank you, Tianer. I feel even better than normal for some reason. Yuan said to her afterward. The spiritual energy inside the stairway to heaven is naturally pure, so you will gain more energy from it, she explained. I'm going to climb the stairway to heaven now. Yuan said a moment later. After approaching the staircase, he started climbing it, slowly ascending towards the next realm. Even though it may not seem like it, every step Yuan took inside the stairway to heaven was akin to traveling hundreds of thousands of miles in reality. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the first trial. For the first trial, you must defend the city and survive for 24 hours. If the casualties in the city surpass 60%, you will fail the trial. Tianer explained to him. A city defending trial? Huh? It's the complete opposite of the previous trial, where I had to kill the city lord. Yuan smiled. A moment later, his scenery began to change. Once he could see clearly again, Yuan found himself inside the peak of a pagoda, and to his surprise, this was the exact same place that had fought the city lord during the first trial in the past. Since I am protecting the city, and I am in this place, does this make me the city lord now? He wondered out loud. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1009, published at 28th of May, 2022, 8:52 and 24 seconds a.m. Chapter 1009. Chapter 1009, City Lord if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1009. City Lord Yuan walked to the window and looked outside. The city was quite massive, but it was not so big that he couldn't see the borders from his location. In fact, he could see the entire city up there. I don't see anyone attacking just yet, Yuan thought to himself as he surveyed the city's surroundings. City Lord, a voice suddenly called for him. He turned to look at the door, where a middle-aged man with a cultivation of a peak spirit king stood. What's the matter? We have received a report from our scouts that there is an army of 10,000 approaching the direction of our city from the north, their intentions unknown. They have over 9,000 spirit lords and 1,000 spirit kings. With such forces, I doubt they're coming here to have tea. What are your orders, city lord? The man reported. Yuan's jaw almost dropped to the ground after hearing the report. Over 1,000 spirit kings. The difficulty has ramped up so much compared to the last trial. He cried inwardly. He wasn't confident that he would be able to defeat such a powerful army, even at his current state. Then he realized something. What's the condition of our army looking like? He asked the middle-aged man, who was wearing military armor. We have 1,000 spirit lords and 500 spirit kings ready to be deployed at this moment, said the middle-aged man. That's slightly above 10% of their total forces. This is going to be rough, especially if we wait for them to come. If I want that special reward, I will have to make sure that they don't get close to the city. In order for this to happen, I will have to go to them. After pondering for some time and coming up with a conclusion, Yuan turned to the middle-aged man and spoke. How far away are these people? They're about 2 hours away. Yuan nodded and said, Bring half of our forces with me. We're going to intercept them before they can get close to our city. As for the other half, leave them here just in case they have reinforcements. As you command, city lord. Half an hour later, Yuan and 750 soldiers left the city and made their way towards the north. Sometime later, once they could see the enemy with their eyes, Yuan stopped and said, Wait for my order. Yes, the most up-to-date novels are published on. Come. Yuan summoned the Empyrean overlord and took a deep breath before he started gathering spiritual energy. There's only one way for us to defeat them, taking them by surprise. When the enemy noticed Yuan and his small army, they stopped for a moment before resuming their movements. In their eyes, there was no way that an army of that size could possibly defeat their army with 10,000 experts. Keep moving. They're probably just here to speak with us. We will pretend to be peaceful, but once we're close enough, we're going to kill all of them. The general leading that armor commanded. Yes. However, the closer they got to Yuan's army, the more they felt uneasy for some reason. General, I think there is something wrong here. Once they were close enough to see Yuan's face, they were surprised. General, that's the city lord. What's he doing out here? I can see that, but this is great. If we can kill him here, his city will be wide open for us to conquer. The general laughed as they continued to approach Yuan. However, once they got close enough, Yuan suddenly released the heavenly sword strike with his full power. A massive beam of sword light flew towards the army that was too close to dodge properly, instantly killing 70% of the people there. The soldiers behind Yuan were shocked speechless after witnessing the scene. Attack them now. I will join you guys after I recover some spiritual energy. He said to them, Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yes. The soldiers snapped out of their daze and flew towards the opposing army. Thanks to Yuan's heaven-splitting sword strike, the opposing army was in dismay, and they were too dazed to fight properly, allowing Yuan's small army to dominate them. Yuan joined the battle shortly after, quickly killing off everyone there. That was amazing, City Lord. You took out more than half of their army with a single technique. As expected of the City Lord, who is known as the God of War, his soldiers praised him nonstop after the battle. How many casualties were there? Yuan asked them. We have lost several soldiers, 3 Spirit Lord and 1 Spirit King. However, this little amount of casualties is like a miracle considering the size of our enemy's army. Let's return to the city for now. Make sure you reward the families of those that had fallen in battle today. Yuan said to them. Yes. After returning to the city, Yuan stared at the throne on the peak of the pagoda with a pondering face. That man, he called me the God of War. Who is that? Tianyang? Or is he another incarnation? He wondered. After pondering for a moment, he decided to forget about it for now and sat down to cultivate. I still have 20 hours left. I doubt this trial will end just like that. Just as Head predicted, about 4 hours later, the middle-aged man returned with more news. City Lord, I have just received a report that there is another army. They are coming from the west, and they have 20,000 soldiers. 20,000 soldiers? That's doubled compared to the last army. Yuan cried inwardly. At this rate, he will need another massive area of effect technique besides the heaven-splitting sword strike to deal with them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1010, published at 29th of May, 2022, 2:09 and 18 seconds AM, Chapter 1010. 1010 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again, Chapter 1010. Sidious Yenim? Wait a second. I learned how to do arrays when I was inside the stairway to heaven. Maybe I can learn some new techniques while I am the lord of this city. Yuan mumbled to himself as he got this genius idea. As the city lord, surely he should have some decent techniques stored away. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to look for these techniques, as there was an army heading towards his city. Let's go. We're going to do the same thing we did for the last intruder, but we're going to bring more soldiers this time. Yes, the general left to gather the soldiers. Sometime later, they left the city and started flying towards the direction of the intruders. Once they could see the enemies, Yuan repeated what he did to the previous intruders, surprising them with a fully powered heaven-splitting sword strike that changed the landscape and instantly killed thousands of intruders. But alas, even though Head managed to cut the intruders' numbers by 70%, the intruders still outnumbered them immensely. After taking some time to recover his spiritual energy, Yuan joined the battle with the Empyrean Overlord in his grasp and the Starry Abyss by his side. 10,000 ghost blades. He cloned the Starry Abyss 10,000 times and used them to assist the other soldiers. The blood of his enemies and allies rained from the sky as the battle raged for many minutes. Half an hour later, Yuan fell to his knees and started gasping for air. Fortunately, the battle had already ended and they were victorious, so he didn't have to worry about the enemies and rested. "Are you okay, City Lord?" His soldiers approached him with worried looks on their faces when they noticed how many injuries were on his body. Even though the intruders were all spirit lords and spirit kings, they were much stronger than the cultivators in the 9 heavens that have the same cultivation base. Even with his invisible dragon cloak, he had sustained injuries. "I am fine. These all are superficial injuries. They will heal in an instant," Yuan said to them. And sure enough, his regeneration ability kicked in the following moment, healing his wounds fast enough for the soldiers to witness it with their bare eyes. If it were not for the invisible dragon cloak weakening most of the damage, that would have been very dangerous. He sighed inwardly. "What about you guys? Are you fine? What about the casualties?" He asked them a moment later. "It's not good. We lost around 300 men. The general shook his head with a pained expression on his face. 300. That's almost a third of the amount of soldiers I brought with me. This is bad, and I still have to survive for over half a day. There will definitely be another invasion or 2 left. If I don't do something, I just might fail the first trial." Yuan was beginning to feel the pressure of the trials. Compared to the last time he challenged the stairway to heaven, the difficulty has truly increased by leaps and bounds. Yuan began regretting his decision to purposefully increase the difficulty of the stairway to heaven by letting Li Jinsi and the others follow him, even though he could have simply challenged the stairway to heaven by himself. After all, the stairway to heaven opened for all of the players when he cleared it the last time. However, it was also true that he didn't want to risk the stairway to heaven not opening for everyone after he cleared it. After returning to the city, Yuan immediately started to cultivate to recover his exhausted spiritual energy. Once he recovered enough spiritual energy, he started looking around the pagoda to see if there were any hidden techniques or treasures inside. He started from the highest floor of the pagoda, slowly making his way down. However, even after searching the entire pagoda, he was unable to find any secret rooms or techniques. "Nothing, huh?" Yuan sighed as he returned to the peak of the pagoda and stared outside the city. After staring at the city for several minutes, Yuan started getting the feeling that he has been to this place before. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Why am I suddenly feeling nostalgic? It's not like I have been here. Actually, I have, but that was during the last trial. I barely looked at the city at that time and rushed straight to this place to challenge the city lord. So it wouldn't make sense that I'm feeling nostalgia from that time. After pondering for some time, Yuan could only come to one conclusion. This city, I have definitely been here before, in my past life. The location of this trial, it's not random, is it? Perhaps this place was reconstructed with the memories of my past life. This actually makes a lot of sense, if this is really the case, that this place is from my memories and I'm feeling nostalgia. Then I should be able to remember it if I dig deep enough like the last time. SSF. XSS. Sometime later, Yuan took a seat in the lotus position and closed his eyes. Once he returned to the deepest parts of his subconsciousness, he started searching through his memories. Although he's only accepted the divine paragon's memories at this moment, his other memories would occasionally leak, so he could see bits and pieces of memories from his other identities. Many minutes later, after going through many memories, he eventually found what he was looking for. City of Xian. He muttered the name of the city that he was currently residing in. Once he found what he was looking for, Yuan opened his eyes and flew outside the window. He flew towards the east side of the city until he landed in front of a small but clean building. When he looked at this small building, he couldn't help but feel emotional and shed some tears, even though he didn't know why. After taking a deep breath and calming down a little, he approached it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1011, published at 29th of May, 2022, for 27 and 19 seconds p.m. Chapter 1011. 1011 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1011. A familiar voice. Once he was in front of the door, Yuan subconsciously opened the door and entered it, all of his movements feeling incredibly natural, almost as though he had done the same actions for years. Welcome home. A familiar voice suddenly resounded from a second floor. Huh? Yuan raised an eyebrow after hearing this noise. Even without needing to look into his memories, he recognized this voice very well. However, why would this voice appear in this place? That part didn't make sense at all. Yuan ignored everything on the first floor and quickly made his way onto the second floor of the building. There were 3 rooms on the second floor. Only one of these rooms had a closed door, so Yuan approached that room. After knocking on the door, he spoke, "Is it okay if I come inside?" "Of course. This is your room as well." The familiar voice returned again. Yuan swallowed nervously before opening the door very slowly. Once the door was opened wide enough, Yuan looked into the room to see a beautiful mature woman with long black hair sitting on the bed beside the window. This woman had a sharp yet delicate face, and her clear black eyes shimmered like the sea during the summer. When her gaze landed on Yuan, his body trembled. "Meishio," Yuan muttered after seeing this mature woman who looked exactly like Meishio, but about 10 years older. "What are you mumbling about, you silly? Come over here," she said to him with a gentle smile on her face. Yuan subconsciously started approaching the bed, his eyes staring directly at her face without moving. "What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Did something happen?" she asked him. "Why, yeah. Our city was under attack. What? Is everything okay?" "For now, I have taken care of them, but there's a good chance that they will return." "I see. Well, as long as we have you, there's nothing to worry about. Isn't that right, God of War Tian Xian?" "Why, yes," he nodded in a dazed manner. "Tian Xian, surname Tian. This is most definitely one of my past lives. So, I was a city lord and also the God of War, huh? Anyways, why have you returned home? Don't tell me that you came home just to see me. Although I'm flattered and very happy, I want you to focus on defending the city and its people first. I came back for my techniques. I might need them to defeat our enemies. Do you remember where I put them? I forgot, he said in a stiff voice. This kind of excuse would have never worked in the real world, but since this is merely an illusion created by the stairway to heaven, he decided to test his luck. It seems I have underestimated our situation. For you to forget about something so important, you must be feeling overwhelmed. She sighed. Yes, a lot of our soldiers have died today, and even more will die at this rate. I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect this city. Come over here. She suddenly opened her arms, gesturing for a hug. Yuan subconsciously lowered his body, and when he did, the woman grabbed his head and pulled it towards her chest. Yuan could feel her soft blossoms pressing against his head, but there was something else that caught his attention when he touched this woman that resembled Mei Xiao. Her stomach. There's something off about it, he thought to himself. A few moments later, the woman said, "Let me show you where the techniques are stored." After releasing him, the woman removed the blankets covering her body. When Yuan saw this woman's body and her bulged stomach, his eyes widened with shock. This is... She's pregnant? Yuan cried inwardly after seeing her round stomach. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. When the woman noticed Yuan staring at her stomach, she smiled and said, "It's been a while since you saw it." Huh? The doctor said that I will be able to give birth in 3 months. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing her words, realizing that this is his first incarnation with a wife and a child. He always thought that he had no family of his own, not even in his previous lives, so this was quite the eye-opener. The woman proceeded to lead Yuan to the basement. The basement was completely empty when they entered it, but Yuan could somehow tell that there was an invisible formation protecting this place, and it was quite powerful, so powerful that even he cannot see it. Once they descended the staircase, the woman retrieved some kind of treasure and activated it using her spiritual energy. A portal opened up in the middle of the room a moment later. What kind of hiding spot is this? There's no way that I would have been able to find this without her help. Yuan cried inwardly after seeing the secret entrance. Upon entering the portal, they appeared inside a small square room that had no windows or gaps. The room was completely enclosed with no way in or out besides the portal in his basement. Inside this enclosed room was a single bookshelf. However, on this bookshelf was a single scroll. Yuan walked to the bookshelf and took the scroll before opening it and glancing over it. After memorizing the contents, Yuan placed the technique back on the shelf and looked at the woman. "Thank you. I think I have what I need to defend this city now," he said with a smile. "That's good to hear. I would like for our child to grow up in this place, after all." She chuckled. They left the secret room and returned to the small 2-floor house shortly after. Yuan followed the woman back to her room. Once she was back in the bed, she said to him, "I'll see you later, dear." "Yes, see you later." Yuan stared at her face for another moment before leaving the place and returning to the pagoda. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1012, published at 29th of May, 2022 for 27 and 18 seconds p.m. Chapter 1012. 1012 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1012. He's back. Mei Xiao. Look at that. She looks just like you. Chu Liuxiang exclaimed as she pointed to the mature woman in the spectator's room. However, Mei Xiao was too stumped to even respond to her. As she's pregnant? With my face? Are the heavens making fun of me? Are you trying to tell me something? Mei Xiao couldn't believe her eyes. Just the other day, her mother was pressuring her to have a baby with Yuan, and now this. If this wasn't a sign from the gods, what would be? During the last stairway to heaven, there was somebody with your face. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said as she looked at Chu Liuxiang. I remember, she sighed. And she continued, why is the stairway to heaven using our faces, anyway? It seems a bit odd and random. I can only assume that it's trying to stir with the young master's emotions by including people that he cares about into the trials. Feng Yuxiang shrugged. But why a pregnant woman? Mei Xiu shook her head with a bittersweet smile on her face. But you have to admit, it looks very authentic. I wonder if that's what you will look like in 10 years. Li Jinxi said. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to the peak of the pagoda, where he tried to learn the technique inside the secret room. However, the image of Mei Xiu kept on appearing inside his head, thwarting his focus on the technique. This technique is very profound. It should be at least ancient rank, but this means that it will take longer for me to comprehend, and this distraction is not helping. Hopefully, I will be able to learn it before the next invasion. After 3 hours of peace, the general of the army returned. City Lord, I have an emergency report. There is an army of 100,000 soldiers approaching our city from the east and the west. They will arrive in 8 hours. 100,000? Yuan could feel his heart dropping after hearing such a report. Compared to the last invasion, this one was on a whole other level. However, he managed to keep his composure and said, I understand. I will call you when I am ready. Do not disturb me before then, no matter what. I will be entering closed-door cultivation now. Yes. The general disappeared shortly after. 8 hours. Will I be able to do it? He sighed inwardly. No, I have to do it. After taking a deep breath, Yuan closed his eyes and cleared his head of all unnecessary thoughts. Once he could focus on the technique, he started reciting the scripture inside his head. Many hours later, where is the city lord? The intruders are less than an hour away from the city. The soldiers approached the general and asked, The city lord is currently in closed-door cultivation. He will appear when the time is right. Even if you say that, our opponents this time have nearly 100 times our number, and they're attacking us from 2 sides. Even if he's the god of war who hasn't lost a single battle in his life, there's always a first for anything. Perhaps today is the day that the god of war experiences defeat. What kind of nonsense is that? Have faith in the god of war. How many years have we followed him? How many times did we enter battle thinking that it was an impossible fight? How many times has he managed to surprise us? This time will be no different. Even if we're fighting against 1 million soldiers, we will be victorious and remain undefeated. I really hope that will be the case, the soldiers their side. Despite the general's words, they couldn't help but fear the worst. After all, they had to fight an army of 100,000 soldiers while only having a little over 1,000 soldiers themselves. Half an hour later, the general received another report from the scout. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. General, the enemy will reach the city walls in 15 minutes. What are your orders? The general turned to look at the tall pagoda that stood proudly in the center of the city and said, We wait for the city lord. We will not move until we receive his order, even if the entire city is burned to the ground. What? That's outrageous. If you want to fight the army by yourself, you are free to do so. However, I will wait for the city lord. The soldiers there looked at each other with perplexed looks on their faces, feeling conflicted. They wanted to trust their general and the city lord, but by doing so, they risked letting the enemy destroy the city. However, once they thought about it, they realized that they were doomed without the city lord, so they had no choice but to wait. Meanwhile, 2 different armies with 50,000 soldiers each quickly approached the city of Xian. I see the city walls. The so-called unconquerable city shall be conquered by my Red Lion army today. Aha! One of the generals laughed out loud as they got closer to the city. Inside the city of Xian, its tiny army began panicking for real when they could see the Red Lion army closing in. Is the city lord still not here? We're doomed. Damn it. I thought I would die on a fierce battlefield. This may be fierce, but this isn't a battlefield. This is a freaking slaughterhouse. Unbeknownst to these soldiers, and even the spectators in the spectators' room, an announcement was hovering in the sky for all players to see. Due to how long Cultivation Online has been out, announcements these days were very rare. Although there was still a lot to be discovered in Spirit Heaven, most of the players did not have the capability to explore this vast land. A look at the announcement. He's back. The players exclaimed in excitement when they saw the name in the announcement. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1013, published at 30th of May, 2022, for 27 and 14 seconds p.m. Chapter 1013. 1013. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1013, God of War's Astral Archgeneral. The enemy is right outside our city walls. They're demanding that we surrender the city. A soldier reported to the general. However, before he could even respond, a loud and arrogant voice resounded from outside the city. Surrender, and there won't be unnecessary bloodshed. We have over 100,000 soldiers, all above Spirit Lord. You will not win this battle with your puny army. I would also prefer for this city to be intact after we conquer it. You have half an hour to come to a decision. I repeat, surrender, and we will spare your lives. The only one who has to die is the city lord, Tian Xian. The place fell silent afterward. After a few moments of absolute silence, once everyone realized their situation, the entire city of Xian began panicking. City Lord, save us. Where's the God of War when we need him? Do you think a single person can get rid of our predicament? Even if he's the God of War, there's no way that he would be able to defeat an army of 100,000 by himself. What about his army? The army had suffered a huge loss recently after an intense battle that lasted for 30 days and nights straight. We barely have anyone left. Damn it, are we truly doomed? I have faith in the city lord. He has never disappointed us before. Open your damn eyes. This is an unwinnable battle. Time passed in an instant while the residents of the city panicked for 30 minutes straight. The general outside the city spoke again. Time is up. 30 minutes have passed. We showed mercy, yet you ignored our generosity. Since this is how you want to play, we will play. All forces charge. Kill everyone who opposes. The 100,000-strong army began rushing towards the city of Xian. However, an immense pressure suddenly enveloped the whole place, forcing the soldiers to halt their steps. The soldiers outside the city and the residents in the city all lifted their heads to look towards the pagoda in the middle of the city, where a majestic figure with an overwhelming aura could be seen hovering in the sky, his presence demanding for everyone's submission. The city lord. It's the city lord. He's finally here to save us. You idiot. Even if he's here, what can he do against such a powerful army? We're still doomed. Meanwhile, you have finally decided to crawl out of your rat hole, God of War. The Red Lion Army's general laughed out loud, his laughter causing ripples in the air. Yuan glanced at the Red Lion Army that surrounded the city. Surrender yourself, God of War. If you do, we won't lay a finger on your city or the residents. The people in the city swallowed nervously, and they all anxiously waited for Yuan's response. Yuan took a deep breath and spoke. I have a slightly different proposal. Get out of my face before I kill all of you. The residents in the city began crying after hearing Yuan's words. We're all dead. It's over for this city. The city lord is too arrogant. All those victories must have got into his head and made him disconnected from reality. If you want to commit suicide, go do it by yourself. Don't drag the rest of us into your madness. The residents of a city that had been loyal to him for many years have finally lost their hope and respect. After all, a righteous and reasonable city lord would sacrifice himself for his city without hesitation. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. However, Yuan ignored the complaints coming from beneath him, as he was sure that it was the stairway to heaven trying to stir his emotions. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath as he recited the technique had just learned inside his head. When he opened his eyes, they glowed golden, and a subtle but visible golden aura started appearing from his body. He summoned the Empyrean overlord and spoke in a cold voice. All of you will be my training puppets for today. God of War's astral arts. The people there watched as Yuan's golden aura started expanding at a rapid rate until it was large enough to cover the entire city of Xi'an. Once it stopped growing, the aura began transforming until it resembled half a human wearing a golden armor. Furthermore, it had two massive arms that were wielding a large greatsword that resembled the Empyrean overlord. What in heaven's name is that technique? The intruders cried out loud when they saw the giant behind Yuan, feeling as though they were ants before an elephant. I need to finish this fast. I can feel my strength being exhausted at a ridiculous rate. Yuan cried inwardly after realizing how much energy this technique required. He took a deep breath before swinging the Empyrean overlord in his grasp, and the astral avatar followed his movements, sweeping the army outside the city with its massive sword. Boom! The entire ground viciously shook, and an unimaginable crater appeared in the ground where one of the armies stood. As for the army, they were all completely flattened with a single strike, all 50,000 of them. When the other army saw the destruction caused by the astral avatar, their faces paled. As scatter, scatter. The general leading that army roared. But alas, the astral avatar was already in a swinging motion. The ground shook for a second time when the first earthquake hadn't even ended yet. After killing all 100,000 soldiers from the Red Lion Army with 2 mere strikes, Yuan deactivated the technique and immediately returned to the pagoda to rest, not even bothering to look at the destruction had caused. The entire city was dead silent afterward, and it would remain silent for many minutes with not a single person there believing what they had just witnessed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1014, published at 30th of May, 2022, for 27 and 13 seconds p.m. Chapter 1014. 1014 if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1014. Proceeding to the second trial. What in heaven's name was that technique just now? I have never seen anything remotely that powerful before. Feng Yuxiang cried out loud after seeing Yuan decimate an entire army of 100,000 spirit lords and spirit kings with 2 strikes. I have never seen Brother Yuan use that technique before. He must have just learned it. Xiaohua said, "You can actually learn techniques while doing trials in the stairway to heaven? How come I have never heard of such a thing? And judging by the prowess of that technique, I dare say that it's at least an ancient rank technique, if not mythic rank." Feng Yuxiang was in disbelief. If people realized that they could learn such powerful techniques inside the stairway to heaven for free, there would definitely be a massive uproar throughout the 9 heavens. Meanwhile, back at the pagoda, Yuan gave up on trying to recover his soul strength after realizing that he didn't have any cultivation techniques that recovered his soul strength. Unlike spiritual energy, soul strength could not be restored through ordinary cultivation techniques. In order to recover soul strength faster than naturally allowed, one must know a soul cultivation technique, but these techniques are incredibly rare even in the upper heavens. Looks like I won't be able to use the God of War's astral arts until my soul strength naturally recovers. Fortunately, I can still use my other techniques that only require spiritual energy. He sighed inwardly. Despite the God of War's astral arts' immense power and seemingly unlimited potential, it was not something he could use too often at this moment. Until he acquires a soul cultivation technique, he will have to limit its usage for life or death situations. After giving up trying to restore his soul strength, Yuan looked at the amount of time he had left. Less than 15 minutes left. Sometime later, he returned to the house with the woman who looked exactly like Meishio. "Is everything okay?" she asked him as she gently rubbed her round stomach. "Yes, I have dealt with the intruders. The city is safe again." He nodded. "That's good to hear. Now our child can grow up in the city that you have painstakingly protected and developed, she said with a beautiful smile on her face. Have you thought of a name for the child yet? Yuan suddenly asked out of curiosity. No, not yet. I was hoping we could name her together. It's a girl, Huddy smiled. Here you go. The woman suddenly extended her hands, offering him a glowing orb of light. Thank you. Yuan accepted the orb of light and absorbed it. However, his cultivation base did not increase like the previous reward. Instead, he could feel his soul strength becoming stronger. Wow, this reward is actually much better than I initially thought. It's definitely countless times better than just increasing my cultivation base. Yuan thought to himself after realizing what the bonus reward was. The city of Xian disappeared before Yuan's eyes, and he returned to the stairway to heaven shortly after. Congratulations on passing the trial, Master. Do you wish to rest? You are allowed an hour to rest. Tian'er said to him. He nodded. Yes, I will rest this time. Even though his spiritual energy was full, he wanted to allow his soul strength to recover, even if it's just slightly. He had a feeling that the god of war's astral arts was going to be crucial for his upcoming trials. Oh, my soul strength is recovering faster than normal out here. Yuan quickly realized this as he sat down to monitor his recovery. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. An hour later, Yuan stood up and proceeded on to the next trial. For the second trial, you must protect the Huang family while they exchange their valuables in the Giant's continent. Oh, is it the same Huang family as the previous trial? So we're going to continue where we left off? Huh? Yuan was a little excited to meet with the Huang family again, especially Huang Shaoli, who taught him array symbols. The scenery began changing, and before he realized, he was standing on the ship deck while surrounded by water. Why are you standing there in a daze, Yuan? A familiar voice suddenly resounded, causing Yuan to turn around. Standing behind him was a beautiful young lady with a bright smile on her face. Of course, she was Huang Shaoli, who also resembled Chu Yoxian. It's been a while, Shaoli, he said with a gentle smile on his face. What are you talking about? Are you still daydreaming? You should snap out of it since we're about to land. Look over there, that's the Giant's continent. She pointed at the massive island in the distance. However, Yuan wasn't paying attention to the island. Instead, he was focused on Huang Shaoli. Her cultivation hasn't changed. She's still a spirit grandmaster. The same goes for everyone on this boat. It's almost as though ID never left in the first place for them. He thought the stairway to heaven would scale these people to his level, since this was a new and more difficult trial. But that didn't seem to be the case. Sometime later, the ship stopped moving once it reached land, and everyone on board started to disembark. Yuan, are you ready? We have only 14 days to exchange our treasures and come back, or we will be stuck here for a very long time. Huang Shaoli said to him, 14 days. I really hope this isn't how long the trial will take. He sighed inwardly as he disembarked the ship with the Huang family and the other bodyguards. SSS, XSS. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 10:15. Published at 31st of May, 2022, 2:18 and 6 seconds p.m. Chapter 10:15. 1015. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 10:15. Mammoth Bloodline. After disembarking from the ship, Yuan followed Huang Shaoli and her family onto the land. Giant's continent. It's not in Tian Chinji's memories. Did this place exist before his birth or after his death? He wondered as he followed them. Sometime later, he asked out of curiosity, where are we going now? We're going to the southern stronghold. It's where most travelers like us go to exchange treasures with giants, so it's quite popular. Huang Shaoli said, I don't know much about giants. Can you tell me about them? Sure. She nodded with enthusiasm, and she continued, giants are humans with a mammoth bloodline. Their ancestors were ordinary humans that have trained a unique technique called the Great Mammoth Body Refinement that gave them immense strength and a near indestructible body, but also increased their body size temporarily. Their ancestors not only reached the peak with this technique, they had even altered it so that the technique would continuously affect their bodies and never deactivate, making them giants permanently. However, because such a feat required them to alter their genes and blood, their descendants would also be born with such blood and genes in their body, making them giants at birth. Yuan was speechless after hearing this information. The speed was too fast, and with a swoosh, Wang Xian was pulled into the whirlpool like a little crucian carp that had been hooked and was violently pulled out of the water. Giants used to be humans before they altered their blood and genes with a technique. He didn't know techniques were even capable of such a feat, which was akin to creating their own bloodline and race. Huang Shaoli continued to speak. The giants created their own family, and after cultivating that family for thousands of years, they moved to an uninhabited land that would soon to be known as the Giants continent. Giants nowadays are mostly isolated within the Giants continent, so you won't see them outside. In fact, most people live their entire life without meeting one. They're practically phoenixes and dragons. However, since they rarely leave the continent, they mostly rely on travelers like us to provide them with resources and treasures from the outside. It benefits us as well because there are resources and treasures that can only be found within the Giants continent. That's pretty neat, I guess. Yuan mumbled. Indeed. If you have any treasures you don't need, you can try to exchange or sell them to the giants. A bittersweet smile appeared on his face after hearing her words. Even if he had plenty of treasures that he could and wanted to trade, he wouldn't actually acquire anything because he was inside the stairway to heaven and nothing there was real. If you dare to fish against him like this, no matter if it's a strange thing on a mobile phone or that ferocious giant fish, you'll have to pay the price. Although I can learn techniques in the stairway to heaven, that is only possible because they only need to be memorized. However, treasures don't work that way. It's impossible for me to acquire real treasures during trials. How unfortunate. He sighed inwardly, thinking how nice it would be if he could actually acquire something from the trial. Suddenly, the head of the bodyguards, Dong Zhou, shouted, "We have company." Yuan panicked a little when he heard Dong Zhou's voice because he didn't sense anything with his divine sense that he's kept active this whole time. However, sure enough, something appeared before them a few seconds later, and it was a massive bird that was so big that it could easily lift an entire building with one of its claws. Seeing this massive bird that came out of thin air, Yuan prepared to attack it, but then he realized its cultivation base was in the Spirit Emperor realm. Spirit Emperor, magical beast. This is my first time fighting an opponent of this level. He cried inwardly. Yuan, it's coming. Huang Shaoli shouted. A fizzy is mocking him. Yuan immediately snapped out of his daze and confronted this massive bird in the sky right as it tried to dive down. He enveloped the Empyrean overlord with sword chi before sending it in a magical beast way. Caw! The bird released a painful scream when it lost one of its claws to Yuan, who was surprised because had expected to kill the bird with that strike. However, before he could get another strike on the bird, it turned around and flew away, leaving him speechless. It ran away, he muttered in a dumbfounded voice. Are you okay, Yuan? Huang Shaoli approached him afterward. Then it was noisy and motionless. Instead of reviving here, it chose to disguise it. Yes, I am fine. But that magical beast was stronger than I anticipated. After all, under normal circumstances, his attack just now would have killed even a Spirit Emperor with ease. I forgot to mention this, but giants are not the only entity on this continent with a mammoth bloodline. The magical beasts on this continent also have it, she said to him. What? How is that even possible? I thought the giants' ancestors only managed to achieve such a feat through a technique. There's no way ordinary magical beasts could possibly comprehend techniques, much less master them. You're right, but the magical beasts did not acquire the mammoth bloodline through techniques. They acquired it through consuming the giants. I mentioned that the technique is never-ending, right? This is still true even when the giants die. So when a magical beast consumes their flesh and blood, they also acquire the power of giants. Heavens! Yuan was speechless by this information. Since the magical beasts in the giants' continent also had the mammoth bloodline coursing through their veins, they were much stronger than ordinary magical beasts from the outside. If one's piece of sword energy can't solve the problem, then take a few more pieces. Wang Xian is going to kill it. It seems we have underestimated the strength of this place. We're not strong enough to do our job as bodyguards, so we'll have to rely on you, Yuan. Dong Zhou approached him and said, "Sure." He sighed, silently wondering to himself why the stairway to heaven didn't make the bodyguards at least spirit kings so that they wouldn't be completely useless. After all, in their current state, they were nothing but a burden to him. Since you're all too weak to traverse this land, why don't you just return to the ship and wait for us to return? Yuan said to him a moment later. We cannot do that. Even if we're not strong enough to fight the entities on this land, we must still do our jobs as bodyguards and accompany the Huang family even if we die in the process. Dong Zhou exclaimed in a prideful voice. Yuan felt like facepalming. If you cannot do your duties as a bodyguard, can you still be considered as one? He cried inwardly. Yuan eventually stopped thinking about it, since it was most likely done by the stairway to heaven to make things more difficult for him. Just so you know, I am here to protect the Huang family, so if you get in any trouble, don't worry, we won't drag you down. Dong Zhou said with a confident smile. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yeah, I somehow doubt that. He shook his head. After walking for about half an hour without encountering any magical beasts, Huang Shaoli pointed at the city walls in the distance and said in an excited voice, We're almost there. I can see the southern stronghold. They quickened their moving speed after seeing the city. However, as they got closer, Dong Zhou suddenly stopped and shouted, We're surrounded. Yuan looked around, and sure enough, a pack of massive birds quickly surrounded them. And amongst these magical beasts was one with an injured claw, the same one had fought. So you ran away to call your friends? Huh? Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at its efforts. After a quick glance, he counted 9 of these birds, and they all emitted the aura of a spirit emperor. I won't be able to fight all of them at once and protect the Huang family at the same time with my ordinary techniques. I will have to use the god of war's astral arts. He sighed inwardly, feeling a little embarrassed to use his trump card so early on in the trial. Although he could kill these magical beasts even without the god of war's astral arts, he wouldn't be able to protect the Huang family, and his priority was to keep all of them alive for the bonus reward. After taking a deep breath, Yuan used the god of war's astral arts. The Huang family and the bodyguards were shocked speechless after witnessing the massive golden figure. As for the birds, they started making weird noises, almost as though they were panicking. Dying, not wanting to waste his soul strength too much, Yuan immediately attacked the birds with a 360 sword swing, killing all of them at once. However, the attack was so powerful that it created a powerful gust of wind that swept in all directions. In fact, the southern stronghold thought they were under attack when they saw the golden figure that looked massive even though they were quite far away from Yuan's location. Yuan quickly deactivated the technique after killing the magical beasts. Are you okay? Huang Shaoli asked him in a worried voice after seeing his poor condition. Yes, I'm fine. That technique uses up a lot of soul strength, so I'm a little tired, mentally. Give me a few minutes to recover. All right, they nodded. A few minutes later, once Yuan was feeling better, they continued their journey to the southern stronghold, unaware of the chaos that was occurring within the city due to Yuan's god of war's astral arts. After another hour of traveling, they arrived at the entrance of the city. So that's a giant, huh? Yuan was amazed when he saw the 2 giants guarding the entrance to the city, both of them being around 10 meters tall with a broad frame and incredible muscles that looked like they could crush an entire mountain. Besides their massive size, they looked just like humans. I guess it's true that their ancestors were originally normal humans. Yuan thought to himself as they approached these giants. And chapters for CO will be longer starting June. Also, Check out Magic System in a parallel world while you wait for the next chapter. It has long chapters just like this one. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1016. Published at 1st of June, 2022, 2:18 and 20 seconds p.m. Chapter 1016. 1016. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1016. Serious accusations as they got closer to the giants. Yuan could feel their gaze on him, and sure enough, when he looked at them, their eyes were glaring directly at him for some reason. Yuan wanted to ignore them, but when they got close enough to the entrance of the city, the giants suddenly stepped in front of the entrance, blocking their path. The Huang family were quite baffled by their actions. Unlike cities outside the giants' continent, the southern stronghold did not require for them to pay any entrance fees, nor did they care about your background, so there was literally no reason why they should be blocking the entrance. Is there something wrong, seniors? Huang Chun, Huang Xiaoli's father, asked the guard in a polite tone. The guards pointed at Yuan and asked, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Yuan raised an eyebrow and said in a calm voice, "I am Yuan, and I am their bodyguard." The guards turned to look at Huang Chun for confirmation. "That's right. He's a bodyguard that I hired to protect my family. It was because of him that we and everyone else on the ship were able to survive a flying Leviathan and arrive at the giant's continent safely." Huang Chun nodded. "You defeated a flying Leviathan." The guards appeared to be surprised after learning about his feats. The two of them exchanged looks with each other for a moment before stepping out of the way. "Thank you, seniors." Huang Chun bowed to them before they started moving again, entering the southern stronghold shortly after. "What was that about?" Yuan asked them. "I don't know, but giants respect and prioritize one's strength above all else." Huang Chun shook his head. Once they entered the city, Yuan was dumbfounded by the scenery inside. All of the buildings in this place were massive and about 10 times larger than the buildings that he was used to seeing, not to mention the amount of giants walking around the city, making him feel really tiny in this place, just like an ant. Furthermore, he also noticed that the giants in this place really varied in terms of their size. Some of them were only as tall as 4 meters, while there were giants as tall as 15 meters. "You're probably wondering about their sizes, right?" Huang Xiaoli suddenly said to him. "You're right. I thought all giants were as big as the guards outside, but that doesn't seem to be the case." He nodded. "It depends on the strength of their mammoth bloodline. The purer and stronger their bloodline, the bigger they will turn out to be. In the giant's continent, a giant's size is akin to a cultivator's innate talent. So those with a smaller body are considered trash, while those with a large body are considered geniuses," she explained. "If you're surprised now, just wait until you see giants that are as big as a mountain." Yuan's eyes widened. As big as a mountain? No wonder why they refuse to leave the giant's continent. They won't be able to do anything outside with such huge bodies. Sometime later, they went to a hotel to settle down. Although most of the hotels there were built specifically for giants, there were also hotels specifically built for humans like them. Once inside the hotel, Huang Chun gathered everyone there and said, "We will rest today, but starting tomorrow, I will be looking to exchange our treasures with the giants. I will leave 2 of you here to guard my family while the rest will follow me." Yuan frowned upon hearing his words. "I won't be able to protect all of them if we split into 2 groups. Perhaps I should convince them to go together, but they have a child." He glanced at the 7-year-old boy beside his mother. Maybe it would actually be safer to leave him and the mother here. He sighed inwardly. With so many giants walking outside, things could get ugly really fast if they take such a small child outside. After all, he was so tiny compared to some of the giants that they could easily step on him by accident and not even realize it. Of course, this also applied to the mother, who had the lowest cultivation base besides the child who was still too young to cultivate. However, there was another issue: the bodyguards. He wasn't confident in their abilities at all. In fact, They will probably be useless since this trial was countless times more difficult than the last trial. Yet their strength remained the same as the last trial. In other words, they were nothing more than burdens. Furthermore, these guys— Yuan narrowed his eyes at the bodyguards, his thoughts unknown. After Huang Chan finished everything he had to say, Yuan approached Huang Shaoli with a smile and said to her in a low voice, "Excuse me, Shaoli, do you mind if I borrow some of your time? I would like to speak to you in private." "Sure." She nodded in a dazed manner, feeling a little nervous about the aura around him. "Follow me." Yuan nodded and followed her into another room. Once she locked the door, she asked him, "So what do you want to talk about? Did something happen? You seem a little more serious than usual." "Yes. It's about—" Yuan proceeded to tell her what's been on his mind. Huang Shaoli's eyes widened more and more with shock as she listened to his words. "Are you sure about that? Those are some serious accusations," she exclaimed in a low voice. He nodded with a serious frown. "I didn't notice it before because I was still inexperienced. However, I am certain about my claims. I don't mind dealing with it right now, but I can tell that you're doubtful, so I'm going to prove it to you first." "How are you going to do that?" Yuan proceeded to tell her about his plans. "All full. Calm, seriously? You want me to— Do you trust me?" Yuan suddenly asked her with a serious expression. "I risked my life to defend a ship and your Huang family. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you or your family. I promise." "Oh, of course I trust you." Huang Shaoli's face quickly flushed with redness when she recalled what she tried to do with him right before the flying Leviathan's attack. A moment later, she took a deep breath and nodded with a serious expression. "All right, let's do it." "Thank you. You won't regret it, I promise." Yuan smiled. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The two of them left the room after talking for several more minutes. "Is everything okay, Yuan?" Huang Chan approached him shortly after he left the room with Huang Shaoli. "Father, I need to speak with you." "Mother, you too," Huang Shaoli suddenly said to them. Huang Chen looked at them with raised eyebrows, but he didn't ask any questions and followed Huang Shaoli to another room. Once the Huang family was gone, the other guard approached Yuan and asked him, "What happened? Is everything okay?" The young lady looked very annoyed. "I hope you didn't try to confess your love for her just now. You were just a bodyguard. Know your place," the female bodyguard said to him with a mocking gaze. Yuan didn't take her insults to heart and even chuckled at it. "Don't worry, it's nothing like that. However, it's true that something did happen." The guard swallowed nervously as they waited for him to speak. "I would tell you, but I think it would be for the best if the Huang family told you. It's their business, after all." He shrugged, not willingly to tell them anything. "Come on, don't be like that." Qin Kai, who was the bulky bodyguard that guarded the Huang family's room with him while they were still sailing, said, "I don't want to lose my job, so I will have to refrain from it. Whatever, keep your stupid little secret." The other bodyguards shook their heads and stopped bothering him. Sometime later, the Huang family finished their little meeting and came out of the room, but Huang Chun and his wife looked really upset for some reason. This made the guards really nervous, and they all wondered inwardly about the issue. Huang Chun gathered the bodyguard again and said, "There will be some changes in our plans. I will start exchanging my treasures today, so I want 2 people to follow me." He looked at Yuan and his head bodyguard Dongzhou. "Yuan and Dongzhou, you'll be coming with me. Shaoli, you'll also come with me. The rest of you will stay behind to protect my wife and son. Do not let anyone besides us enter this place, no matter what." "Yes," they all said. Before they left, Huang Chan said to his wife in a low voice, "Since we have too many treasures, I will leave half of it with you. If anything happens to us, I want you to take the treasures and go home. Don't say something so ominous. As long as you have Yuan with you, he'll keep you safe," she said with a smile. Yuan left the hotel with his group shortly after. Once they were outside, Dongzhou couldn't help but ask, "Sorry if I'm being noisy, but what was that about?" "I will tell you about it in a bit," Huang Chen said. Dongzhou has never seen Huang Chan so serious before, making him worried as well. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1017. Published at 1st of June, 2022, 2:18 and 19 seconds p.m. Chapter 1017. 1017. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1017. The gold and money bandits, shortly after Ewan's group, left to exchange treasures. The bodyguards that had remained at the hotel watched from the windows as Yuan and the others disappeared from the scene. Those nuisances have finally left. The female bodyguard sneered. Should we do it now? This is the best time. That little bastard with too much power for someone at his age and level is gone, as well as the array master, and even Huang Chun and his daughter. Nobody here can stop us now, said one of the male bodyguards. I don't know. This seems a little too easy, not to mention whatever just happened. Something about all of this doesn't sit right with me, said a different bodyguard. Who cares? We can kill the woman and the kid and rob them of all of their treasures long before they will be able to do anything about it. The female bodyguard showed a grim smile on her face. I say we should do it as well. I doubt there will be another chance like this. What about that other bodyguard? He might cause us some trouble. I can handle him, said the female bodyguard with a suggestive expression on her face. In the end, these bodyguards decided to finally execute their plan by robbing the Huang family. These three bodyguards actually knew each other before they got hired by the Huang family, as they all belonged to a renowned gang that was infamous for their vicious deeds and brutal nature. The Gold and Money Bandits. They were a group of lawless cultivators that would dare to rob and kill, even mortals, something only evil cultivators would do. In fact, there were even more of these bandits at the bodyguard recruitment, but most of them had been disqualified, and only these three had managed to pass. They had planned on robbing the Huang family when they were still at sea, but Yuan did not give them any chance, and when they saw how powerful he actually was, they decided to delay their plans until they could find an opportunity to rob the Huang family. Now that they have finally encountered that opportunity, they were enticed to finally execute their plans and rob the Huang family. Meanwhile, a few minutes after they left the hotel, Huang Chen revealed the whole situation to Dong Zhou, who had been kept in the dark until now. What? Those bodyguards harbor ill intentions. Are you sure this is accurate information? Dong Zhou doubted this information, mostly because he didn't want to believe that he had accidentally recruited bandits to be their bodyguards, as he could be held responsible for this blunder. It's true. I wasn't certain at first, but after watching them for some time, I can say with certainty that they are bandits. Their bodies reeked of blood, and their eyes are filled with greed. Do you remember when we were attacked in the ship? I believe they were working together since they all gave off the same aura. And Yuan wouldn't lie to us. He risked his life fighting the flying Leviathan, too. Huang Shaoli backed him up. Dong Zhou frowned and said, If what you say is true, then isn't it incredibly dangerous and reckless to leave the madam and the young master alone with them? We're basically giving them to those bastards on a silver platter. If we didn't leave, they would not act. I also wanted to prove to all of you that they are not what they seem. Don't worry, I won't let them touch even a hair on the Huang family. What the hell can you do when you're here with us? This is madness. Dong Zhou exclaimed. I trust him. Huang Chun suddenly said. Are you serious, Master Huang? What if he's only doing this to mislead us? What if he's actually working with those bandits? Yuan smiled after hearing his words and said in a calm voice, Do you really think I need to make such an elaborate plan just to rob the Huang family? Have you not seen what I am capable of? If I want to rob you guys, I wouldn't need to pretend to be a bodyguard and wait until you lower your guard, much less come all the way out here and risk my life fighting the flying Leviathan. If I truly wanted to rob you guys, I would have done so before we boarded the ship, and none of you would be able to stop me. Dong Zhou swallowed nervously when he called how Yuan had killed multiple spirit emperors with a single strike. Sorry, I was just talking out of my ass just now, Dong Zhou sighed out loud. Yuan suddenly turned around and looked at the direction of the hotel. Let's return. They're finally moving, he said to them. Back at the hotel, the female bandit approached Qin Kai and started flirting with him. "I've been wanting to speak with you for a while now, but I didn't get any chance. You know, I love men with muscles, and when I first saw you, I knew right away that I wanted you. You're the reason I even decided to become a bodyguard for the Huang family." Qin Kai swallowed nervously after hearing her words. Seriously? The female bandit was actually quite attractive, and Qin Kai had little to no experience when it comes to women, making him an easy target. "Let's go elsewhere to talk, shall we?" She winked at him. "Yes, sure." Qin Kai followed her to another room. Panda novel. Once the other two bandits saw this, they smiled and turned their focus to the room with the mother and wife. "Let's go." The two of them quietly approached the room. Once they were close enough, one of them tried to open the door in a sneaky manner. When the bandit couldn't feel any resistance from the door, the smile on his face widened. "Ready?" "Of course." The bandit immediately opened the door, and the two of them entered the room before closing it again. "What are you two doing in here? I don't remember calling either of you," the mother said to them with a frown on her face. "Don't worry. We'll leave you alone once we take all of your treasures and kill you," said one of the bandits. "Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters." "You what?" "The gold and money bandits. Have you heard of us?" The mother's eyes widened with shock after hearing that name. "I see. So you became our bodyguards just to steal from us. Huh. We should have been more diligent when recruiting bodyguards, but we were in a rush." "Then you can only blame yourself." "Ah, I would love to enjoy my time with you before killing you, but we're short on time, so I am just going to kill you." They retrieved their weapons. However, the mother managed to calm down, and she even smiled. "What a pity." A pity indeed. One of the bandits suddenly rushed forward while swinging his dagger, but before he could reach the mother, he felt a burst of pain in his chest, forcing him to look down. "What the fuck?" he muttered in a dumbfounded voice when he saw that a hole had mysteriously appeared in his chest. Thud! The bandit fell to the floor and died before he could even realize what had happened to him. The other bandit stood there with a dazed look on his face as his eyes stared at his companion's lifeless body on the floor. Despite seeing everything that had just happened, he still couldn't comprehend the situation. The door behind him suddenly opened, and a figure calmly walked into the room. "Are you okay, Madame Huang?" Yuan asked her with a calm smile on his face. "Why you are? How, in heaven's name?" The bandit was shocked when he saw Yuan standing right beside him. "Did you really think that I wouldn't notice the way you idiots looked at the Huang family? When you look at them, you only see money and profit, and it reminds me of a certain miserable couple." Yuan sneered in a cold voice. "Senior Huang, Shaoli, what do you think? Is this enough proof?" he asked them, who were standing right behind the bandit with deep frowns on their faces. "Yes, this is more than enough proof. Thank you very much, Yuan. You have saved our family yet again," Huang Qin said. It was at this moment the female bandit and Qin Kai came out of their room after hearing the commotion. What is happening?" Qin Kai exclaimed with a shocked look on his face when he saw the incomprehensible situation. As for the female bandit, she was simply speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1018. Published at 2nd of June, 2022, 5:30 and 19 seconds p.m. Chapter 1018. 1018. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button and again Chapter 1018. I will accept your challenge. Huang Chun frowned when he saw the female bandit and Qin Kai. "Where the hell have you two been? My family was being attacked, and you're screwing each other in another room. Why did I even hire you?" What? Attacked? By whom? Qin Kai was truly puzzled, as he was not part of the gold and money bandits. Furthermore, everything had happened so fast that he was still comprehending the situation. "Why don't you take a look for yourself?" Huang Shaoli pointed into the room with Yuan and the bandits. Qin Kai swallowed nervously and approached the room. His eyes widened with shock when he saw the scene inside. One of the bodyguards was dead with a hole in his chest, and the other was frozen in place with a terrified expression on his face. What is the meaning of this? Qin Kai asked. These two are bandits from the Gold and Money Bandits. They became a bodyguard just to rob the Huang family. Yuan calmly explained the situation to him. The Gold and Money Bandits. Qin Kai immediately recognized their name. As someone who often works as a bodyguard, he has encountered these bandits on multiple occasions, and they were all vicious people with no morals. Murder, robbery, corruption, rape, nothing was off the table for these bandits, even if mortals were involved, hence why they were so hated and so feared. The female bandit also took a look inside the room. Her heart throbbed so fast and hard from fear that it began hurting. Fortunately, they didn't catch me in the act, so they don't know that I am with them just yet. But if they ask that bastard, he will surely give me away. She calmed down slightly after realizing this, and she began plotting to kill her companion before he could speak. However, with Yuan in the room, she didn't dare to move just yet. So tell me, what were the two of you doing while my family was attacked? Are you also part of the Gold and Money Bandits? Huang Chen narrowed his eyes at Qin Kai and the female bandit. What? Hell no. There's no way I am with those bastards. That's right. We were in the other room because I want to make love to him. I didn't know they were bandits. I swear, the female bandit said. The other bandit cursed inwardly after hearing her companion's words. That fucking bitch. She's the whole reason we're in this mess. If she didn't make the suggestion to rob the Huang family, we wouldn't be here. And now she wants to act innocent while the two of us die. After taking a deep breath, the male bandit exclaimed, That bitch is lying. She's with us. She was the one who suggested we rob you guys, too. The female bandit gritted her teeth in anger, but she wasn't willing to give up just yet. That's preposterous. He's only saying that because he's jealous I chose Qin Kai over him. He's been eyeing me since the beginning, too. She's lying. Her real name is Zhou Nuiying, and she has a high position within the Gold and Money Bandits. The reason she wanted to make love with Qin Kai was so that she could distract him while we robbed the Huang family. Is that so? What do you have to say to these accusations, Zhou Nuiying? Huang Chun glared at her with killing intent within his gaze. Zhou Nuiying swallowed nervously. She knew that she was done for and that there was no way for her to talk herself out of the situation. Therefore, she decided to escape. Watch out. He's going to attack. Zhou Nuiying suddenly shouted while pointing at her companion. Everyone there subconsciously turned to look. This is my chance. Zhou Nuiying suddenly retrieved 2 smoke bombs and smashed them on the floor, instantly filling the room with smoke that also contained some kind of material that weakened the spiritual energy in the area and even blocked Yuan's divine sense. She proceeded to rush towards the window, but since the entire place was filled with smoke, she could only rely on her memories. Once she could feel the window, she smashed right through it with her body and escaped the hotel. Yuan wanted to chase after her, but he didn't want to leave the Huang family behind, and he had to make sure the other bandit didn't try to do anything funny. Is everyone okay? Huang Xiaoli's voice resounded shortly after. Yes, I am okay. Me too. Everyone there confirmed their safety. Once the smoke finally cleared, Yuan asked, What should we do with him? I can kill him here if you want. I want all of his information before we kill him. Dong Zhou, make him talk. Yes. Dong Zhou proceeded to drag the bandit to another room, where he would torture the bandit for all of his information. Meanwhile, Huang Chun went to speak with the hotel managers to let them know of the situation. The servants in the hotel cleaned up the mess and the corpse without much trouble. Once everything was done, Huang Chun thanked Yuan for his efforts. Thank you, Yuan. If it hadn't been for your sharp eyes, our Huang family would have ended in a tragedy. I will definitely reward you handsomely at the end of our trip. Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, I'm only doing my job as a bodyguard. What should we do about the one who ran away? Dong Zhou asked. I don't want to waste time and resources looking for her in this vast place. She could be anywhere by now. However, if we run into her again, immediately kill her. Huang Qin said, Yes. What should we do now? We're down to 3 bodyguards, Madame Huang asked sometime later. Dong Zhou and Qin Kai can stay here and protect you here. Since we have taken care of the bandit situation, I doubt anyone else would try to attack you guys. The one who escaped won't dare to return, either. I can protect Senior Huang by myself when he goes outside. Yuan said, I will also pay the hotel extra for their security service. Huang Chun said, What about me? I also want to go with you guys. Huang Shaoli suddenly asked, Only if you promise to not cause any trouble. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. What? Since when have I caused any troubles? Always. Huang Chun smiled. Sometime later, Huang Shaoli approached Yuan and asked him, Want to look around the city with me? I've already asked my father for permission. He turned to look at Huang Chun, who nodded his head with a bittersweet smile on his face. All right, let's look around. Please take care of my daughter, Yuan. Huang Chun said to him before they left the hotel and started wandering the city. What do you think about the giant's continent so far? Huang Shaoli asked him as they looked around. It's very unique, that's for sure. He said, Not just the environment, but even the people are vastly different from each other. Honestly, it feels like I am in a dream. Huang Shaoli chuckled and spoke. That's what I felt during my first visit to this place. However, while it's nice to visit this place, I wouldn't want to live here for too long. It's simply too dangerous for human cultivators, and only powerful cultivators would dare to wander outside the cities. Sometime later, the two of them stopped when they noticed a group of giants surrounding what appeared to be a massive platform. What are they doing? Yuan asked when he saw this. Ah, there must be a match going on right now, she said. A match? In the middle of the city? Yes. One thing you should know about giants is that they love to fight, so there are platforms placed all around the city. Yuan suddenly recalled the ancestral dragon temple in the ancient dragon city. The two of them approached the crowd to get a closer look at the match. Once they were close enough, they could see two giants fighting each other with their bare fists. No weapon or armor could be seen. The two giants threw fists at each other like their lives depended on it, and every time their fist struck its target, a weak ripple would sweep the place. Wow, what tremendous strength! Yuan thought to himself as he watched the giants plummet each other until one of them could no longer stand. Once the match ended, the winner shouted, Who also wants to experience my strength? I welcome all challengers. The winner will receive a divine rank body, refining technique. Yuan raised an eyebrow after hearing the giant's words. A divine rank body, refining technique? That sounds like something that could benefit me. He thought, Don't tell me you're thinking about fighting him. Huang Shaoli suddenly said, almost as though she could see his thoughts. I wouldn't suggest it. You're not allowed to use any offensive techniques or treasures, so you can only fight him with your body. That giant must also be hiding his strength. After all, there's no way he would be willing to give away a divine rank technique so easily. Yuan smiled and said, It's fine. My body is sturdier than it looks. Even if I lose, I want to see for myself just how strong giants are. He then jumped onto the stage and said out loud, I will take on your challenge. The giants were stunned when a tiny human appeared on the stage, and after a moment of silence, they all burst out laughing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1019, published at 2nd of June, 2022, 5:30 and 18 seconds p.m. Chapter 1019. 1019 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1019. The prowess of a giant, you, a mere human, wishes to challenge me. A giant, to a match of strength? Ahaha, this is the funniest joke I have heard all week long. The 11 meters tall giant laughed out loud after being challenged by Yuan, his laughter causing the air to tremble. Why not? It's not our size that matters, but our strength, right? Yuan responded with a calm smile on his face. Is this your first time to the giant's continent, little guy? Have you ever fought a giant before? Giants are at the top when it comes to natural strength. No human has ever beaten a giant when it comes to pure strength. I'm afraid that I might accidentally kill you if we fought. However, if you're still willing to take such a risk, then I will gladly be your opponent. I'm willing to take such a risk. Yuan nodded with confidence. Good. Then allow me to tell you some rules. The giant said, and he continued. First of all, no weapons or treasures of any kind are allowed. If you have any on you right now, put them away. Yuan nodded and stored the invisible dragon cloak into his dragon spatial ring. 2. You're not allowed to use any offensive techniques. However, defensive techniques are allowed. The third rule is that you are not allowed to dodge. You will have to endure every blow with your body. The same goes for me. Final rule. The first one to give up or fall unconscious will lose. Now that you know the rules, do you still wish to continue? I will give you one last chance to walk away, human brat. Yuan smiled and said, It feels weird that you're addressing me in a way that makes it seem as though you're not human. I mean, I get it. Your ancestors transformed your blood through a godly technique, but it's not like you're no longer human. Unlike a demon, you still look human to me. The place turned silent after Yuan's little speech. Oh no, that idiot! Huang Shaoli cried inwardly after sensing the change in the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to Yuan, it was an unspoken rule within the Giants continent that you're not supposed to call giants humans. How dare you? How dare you call me a human? The giant on the stage suddenly roared with a red face. I take back what I just said. You're not allowed to quit anymore. We're going to fight to death now. He roared, causing the air to tremble. The giants watching the match began shouting like a group of warriors before a big battle, causing the ground and buildings there to shake violently. Yuan was a little surprised by the giants' reaction. They're offended because I call them humans? What a blunder. Now I have a target on my back. He sighed inwardly after realizing the situation. Are you ready to fight? The giant asked him sometime later. Yes, I am ready. He nodded. Then here I come. The giant wasted no time throwing his first punch, and a fist the size of a large boulder flew at Yuan's small figure in comparison. Although he was unable to dodge the attack, the giant didn't say anything about not being able to strike back. So he also threw his own punch, putting all of his strength behind it. The moment their fists connected with each other, a powerful ripple swept the scene, surprising everyone there. Though what shocked them even more was the fact that Yuan, a mere human, was not only able to survive the giant's attack, but even stop it. However, it was not perfect. Yuan had been pushed back several steps, while the giant remained unmoving like a mountain. Looks like I have underestimated the strength of giants. Yuan thought to himself after feeling a numbing sensation in not only his fist but the rest of his arm as well. Furthermore, he's already used all of his strength in that last exchange, yet he couldn't push back the giant even slightly. The chances of him winning this match in his current state was slim to none. Despite that, Yuan didn't give up, and he was even smiling. It's been a while since I have faced such a strong opponent. An opponent that I cannot defeat easily. This is great. He laughed inwardly. The giant was also quite surprised when Yuan managed to stop his fist. Even though his attack seemed ordinary and ineffective, the spot he struck felt like it had been stabbed with a needle and actually hurts like hell. Where did such a formidable human come from? He cried inwardly, but acted completely tranquil outside. You? I don't think I have heard your name yet. I am known as Sorgi. The giant suddenly introduced himself as Sorgi. My name is Yuan. Good. Now, let's continue our fight. Sorgi laughed as he threw his fist at Yuan for a second time. Huh. Free web. Oh, well, just like their last confrontation. Yuan blocked Sorgi's first with his own, but he was forced several steps back again. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Sorgi roared as he threw the third strike without giving Yuan any time to rest. Then a fourth, and a fifth. Huang Shaoli and the other giants watched with their mouths wide open, not daring to believe their eyes. Do you think he's cheating? One of the giants there suddenly threw out this thought. He's definitely cheating. There's no way a human like him could rival a giant in raw strength. He must be hiding a treasure somewhere in his body. When the giant started accusing Yuan of secretly using a treasure, the match stopped temporarily. You think I am cheating? Yuan looked at the crowd of giants with his eyebrows raised slightly. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Of course. Otherwise, how else can you hold your own against a giant? Not even body refiners are capable of such a feat. The giants responded. Is that so? Yuan mumbled. He turned to look at Sorgi and asked him, What about you? Do you think I am cheating? Sorgi frowned after hearing this question. Although he didn't want to accuse Yuan of cheating, his pride as a giant didn't think it was possible for a human to match him. I see. Even though Sorgi hasn't said a word yet, Yuan already knew the answer by looking at the expression on his face. If you think I am cheating, then I don't mind letting you search my body. I will even hand over my clothes and spatial rings to my friend during the match. What do you think? He suggested. There's no need to search your body. Sorgi responded after a moment of silence. And he continued, But you can leave your clothes and spatial ring with your friend. If you can prove to everyone here that you're not cheating, I will compensate you for this misunderstanding. Very well. Yuan nodded. He proceeded to remove his clothes until he was wearing nothing but his underwear, revealing to everyone there his sweaty but refined body. Even Sorgi was surprised when he saw Yuan's body that looked like it had been carefully sculpted by the heavens itself. Shaoli, can you hold these for me for a bit? Yuan asked her, who was blushing from ear to ear after seeing his half-naked body. After handing Huang Shaoli his clothes and spatial rings, Yuan returned to the stage with only his underwear. I am ready, he said with a cold expression on his face. Sorgi swallowed nervously, and he could feel an uneasy feeling welling up inside his guts. The two of them continued to throw fists at each other shortly after. He's gotten even stronger than before. How is this possible? Sorgi was shocked inwardly after sensing the immense force behind Yuan's first strike after the brief break. However, that was not the end of his shock, as Sorgi could feel Yuan's attacks continuously growing stronger with every strike. As time passed, and the number of strikes they threw at each other increased, Yuan's eyes started turning golden, and his body began emanating an unfathomable aura that made it seem as though an unparalleled entity had descended from the heavens. Soon even, Yuan's body was enveloped by a golden aura that made him feel invincible, like he was an unrivaled god. When Sorgi and the spectators saw this, they all subconsciously swallowed nervously. What kind of technique is he using? I have a really bad feeling about this. Sorgi cried inwardly as he stared at Yuan's shimmering figure. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1020, published at 6th of June, 2022, 2:09 and 11 seconds p.m. Chapter 1020. 1020 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1020, Golden Mountain Body Refinement. I don't know what kind of trick you're using, but you won't be able to defeat me. Sorgi roared as he used his own body refining technique, increasing his prowess by many folds, and his body began pulsating with energy so powerful it became visible to one's eyes. However, Yuan remained calm, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake. Hiya! Sorgi threw his most powerful strike yet, causing the air to tremble. Yuan also threw his own fist, his aura skyrocketing right before it collided with Sorgi's fist. Boom! The entire city shook as a massive ripple swept the city, and one of them flew off the stage and into many buildings before stopping. The giants were shocked and speechless after seeing the results. As Sorgi lost to a human, one of them exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. What happened just now? How can a mere human have such prowess with such a tiny body? This doesn't make any sense. After sending Sorgi flying off the stage, Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and he could feel the invincible feeling in his body quickly dissipating. He looked at his hands with a wondering gaze. Just on Earth was that strength? I experienced it during my fight with Li Jinsi before. If only I can control this power. He sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Sorgi returned to the stage with a blooded arm. Are you okay? Yuan asked him, feeling a little bad about injuring him to such an extent. My muscles are torn and my entire arm is broken, but I will be fine after some medicine, Sorgi said with a calm smile on his face. Giants are tough. They'll give you that. Yuan smiled back. Yuan, right? Here is your reward. Sorgi handed him a scroll with his other hand. Thank you. After accepting the scroll, Yuan immediately opened it and memorized the content. Relax. I wouldn't scam you with a fake technique before so many people. Sorgi misunderstood his actions. By the way, there'll be a major tournament next month that is held by the royal family. It's going to be something like our match just now, and I think you'll do great in it. Perhaps you might even win the grand prize, which is a mythic rank body refining technique. Sorgi suddenly said, What? A mythic rank body refining technique? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. However, as much as he wanted to participate in the tournament, he will have to leave the Giants continent with the Huang family in 14 days. I would love to participate, but unfortunately, my time here is limited, so I won't be able to participate. That's a pity. I wanted to see how you would fare against the best warriors in the Giants continent. Sorgi shook his head. Sometime later, Yuan retrieved his clothes and spatial rings from Huang Shaoli, who was staring at him with admiration. Yuan, you totally overwhelmed that giant. I still can't believe it. How do you train your body? It's nothing fancy. I just temper my body with medicine. He calmly said, Those must have been some expensive treasure, since you were able to defeat a giant using your raw strength. No, my strength is actually weaker than Sorgi. Something else allowed me to defeat him. He shook his head. Huh? What? I don't know. I'm also trying to figure it out. Let's continue our tour for a little more before we head back to the hotel, Huang Shaoli suggested. Sure. Meanwhile, somewhere in the giant's continent, a giant that had been sitting on a throne as large as a mountain slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with dominance. That aura, just now. The giant slowly stood up and turned to face the direction of the southern stronghold. Ah, have you finally returned, my old friend? I have been waiting for this day ever since I perfected the great mammoth body refinement. I will not lose this time. This giant suddenly bent his knees in a way that looked like he was prepared to jump, and the next moment, he jumped, soaring towards the southern stronghold faster than a rocket. About an hour after Yuan fought with Sorgi, he returned to the hotel with Huang Shaoli. Father, Mother, you will not believe what happened when we were outside. Yuan fought with a giant and won. Huang Shaoli bragged about his match with Sorgi the moment she returned home. What? He fought a giant. What happened? Are you guys okay? Huang Chen misunderstood the situation and panicked. After all, if a human picked a fight with a giant while they were in this place, nobody would be able to save them if the giants decided to destroy them. It's fine, Father. It wasn't a fight. It was a legit match. Yuan even won a divine rank technique from it. Huang Shaoli cleared up the misunderstanding. Seriously? Yuan, you're truly full of surprises. It's nothing much, he said with a smile. Anyways, I'm going to study this new technique that I acquired. If you need me, don't hesitate to interrupt me, he said to them before going into another room. Sometime later, you have learned Golden Mountain Body Refinement. Golden Mountain Body Refinement. Rank, Divine, Mastery Level 1. Description: strengthens your body to become even tougher than that of a mountain made of pure gold. After learning the technique, Yuan stood up and tried it. Golden Mountain Body Refinement. After activating the technique, Yuan could see a thin layer of golden light protecting his body, and he could also feel his body getting stronger. In order to train body refinement techniques, I will need people to hit me while I am using the technique. He went to grab Huang Shaoli a moment later. What happened to the technique? She asked him. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. I've already learned it, he calmly said. Why you what? There's no way you learned a divine rank technique in less than an hour, she exclaimed. Yuan didn't say anything and decided to prove it by showing her the technique. You actually managed to learn it in under an hour? Now that I think about it. You're also a quick learner when it comes to array symbols, she muttered in a dazed voice after seeing the golden glow protecting his body. I want you to hit me as hard as you can, Yuan suddenly said to her. Sure. Huang Shaoli did not hesitate and prepared to throw her fist at him. However, he quickly stopped her and said, Hold it. Why are you using your hand? Use a weapon instead. You're going to break your hand like that. What? Did I hear right? You want me to strike you with a weapon? She looked at him with wide eyes. Don't worry, I will be fine. Even if I'm not fine, I won't blame you for it. He said with a smile. That doesn't make me feel any better, but whatever. I trust you. Huang Shaoli proceeded to retrieve a heaven-grade sword and slashed it at Yuan with all of her cultivation behind it. Ding! The sword bounced off Yuan's body the moment it touched the golden layer. This isn't too bad. I don't have my invisible dragon cloak on right now, so I was expecting to bleed a little. Yuan said after seeing the results. You were expecting to bleed? Huang Shaoli's jaw dropped a little after hearing such words. Looks like I will need something stronger if I want to cultivate this technique properly. I should pick a fight with another giant and use them to train this technique. Yuan said with a weird smile on his face. I won't say anything as long as it's a match and you're not actually picking a fight, Huang Shaoli said. Anyways, let's boom. The entire building suddenly shook violently. An earthquake. Huang Shaoli looked around with a raised eyebrow. No, this isn't caused by an earthquake. It's too unnatural. Yuan said. Everyone in the hotel proceeded to look outside the window, and to their absolute shock, a giant that size of an actual mountain had suddenly appeared outside the city. Holy shit, Yuan muttered in a dumbfounded voice when he saw the size of this giant. If he stood before this giant, he would figuratively and literally be like an ant. What are they doing? Huang Shaoli pointed at the giants in the street, as they had all suddenly dropped to their knees and kowtowed towards the giant outside the city. Her question would be answered the following moment when every giant in the city could be heard shouting, We pay respects to His Majesty, Giant Emperor Kulis. The entire city shook for a second time when all of the giants there paid their respects to Giant Emperor Kulis, who is the current ruler of the Giants continent. However, Giant Emperor Kulis ignored the giants and swept the city with his gaze. Every single individual that entered his gaze trembled with awe. A few moments of silence later, Giant Emperor Kulis spoke in a deafening voice. How long do you plan on hiding? I know you're here. Tianyang, get your ass out here and fight me. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he heard the name Tianyang come out of the giant emperor's mouth. This is Tianyang's memories. I thought this was the god of war's memories. And what relationship does he have with the giant emperor? The giant emperor looks pissed. He cried inwardly, not daring to respond to the giant emperor's call, as that would be akin to suicide with his current strength. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1021, published at 6th of June, 2022, 2:09 and 9 seconds p.m. Chapter 1021. 1021 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1021. Giant Emperor Kulis, Tianyang. Get your ass out here. I won't move a single inch until you come out and fight me like a man. Or have you become a coward since our last duel? Giant Emperor Kulis roared when Yuan didn't respond to his callings. The giants in the city were baffled by the Giant Emperor Kulis' words. In their eyes, Giant Emperor Kulis was the strongest giant in their race. He was a proud warrior with a godlike physique that has never lost a fight before. While many giants would challenge him, they don't recall the last time he personally challenged another person to a fight. And, judging by his recent words, it seemed that Giant Emperor Kulis was desperate to fight this individual known as Tianyang. However, nobody there knew of a giant by that name. Do you know of a Tianyang? No, I don't. The giants in the city mumbled to each other while Giant Emperor Kulis stood before their city. his gaze sweeping through it. Just who is this Tianyang, and why does the giant emperor want to fight him? Huang Shaoli mumbled in a dazed voice as she stared at the massive giant standing outside the city. Who knows? Yuan shrugged. Despite being very confident in his own strength, Yuan knew that he was not an opponent for Giant Emperor Kulis, who appeared to be above Spirit Sovereign. Therefore, he decided to ignore Giant Emperor Kulis' entire existence by pretending to not see him. I'm going to cultivate, Yuan said as he returned to his room. However, he would soon realize that was an impossible feat with the Giant Emperor shouting his name every few minutes. Tianyang, you dare ignore me? Get your ass out here. Tianyang, I have all day. I will stand here until you leave. Giant Emperor Kulis made it impossible for the residents of the city to have a peaceful mind and impossible to cultivate. However, none of the giants complained. They wouldn't dare to complain even if Giant Emperor Kulis decided to erase their city from the continent. In the giants' continent, Giant Emperor Kulis was nature and the law. Whatever he says goes. However, while the giants could not do anything about Giant Emperor Kulis, they could do something about this Tianyang. This Tianyang is ignoring His Majesty's summoning and making His Majesty wait. The audacity. Yeah, let's find this bastard for His Majesty. Drag out this Tianyang from whatever rat hole he's hiding in. Eventually, all of the giants in the city began looking for this Tianyang. I think this Tianyang is a human. Yeah, no giant would ever disobey His Majesty so openly. Gather all of the humans in this city. We must find this Tianyang at all cost. The giants in the city began gathering all of the humans they could find outside the city, where Giant Emperor Kulis was waiting. Yuan. The hotel staff are telling us that we need to gather with the other humans outside the city. Huang Shaoli called for him outside his room. Seriously? Yuan rubbed his eyes in a stressful manner after hearing her words. Is it impossible to avoid the Giant Emperor? Do I really have to fight him? He wondered as he opened the door and went outside. It's all right, you guys can stay here, Yuan said to the Huang family after leaving his room. Huh? Did you not hear me? They want every human in the city to gather outside the city. They could kill us if we refuse. This is all because of Tianyang, who's been ignoring the Giant Emperor. Huang Shaoli gritted her teeth in frustration. I'm telling you that it's fine. Nothing will happen. Because I am Tianyang. Yuan revealed this fact to them. Why you're Tianyang? They all stared at him with shocked faces. Well, I am Yuan, but I am also Tianyang. It's a nickname, he said with a bittersweet smile. Isn't this your first time to the Giants' continent? Why would you know the Giant Emperor if that was the case? And why are you avoiding him? Huang Chun frowned, becoming suspicious of Yuan's identity. This is really my first time coming to the Giants' continent. As for the Giant Emperor, I met him outside the Giants' continent, and the reason I am avoiding him is because I don't want to fight him. Yuan shrugged, making up all sorts of excuses. Pada OVL. Anyways, since they're going through this much trouble to bring me out, I will go have a chat with the Giant Emperor. Yuan, whatever you do, do not offend the Giant Emperor. He is literally heaven to the giants. You don't want to offend someone like him, especially not in his territory. Huang Shaoli warned him. I want, Yuan said before flying out of the window and towards the giant outside the city. When Giant Emperor Kulis saw Yuan flying towards him, he started laughing out loud. There you are, Tianyang. Did you not hear me calling for you? Why were you hiding from me? Did you not want to fight me? The giants in the city stopped their movements after hearing Giant Emperor Kulis' words, and they all silently spectated the situation. I'm here on private business, so of course I don't want to fight you. I don't want to attract too much attention, after all. Yuan said, haha, that's a load of bullshit. If you didn't want to fight me, why would you use that technique? You're clearly provoking me. Technique? What technique? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Still acting dumb? Or do you believe that I had forgotten about it? Too bad for you. I have never forgotten about that golden aura of yours since our last fight. I came here the moment I sensed it. Giant Emperor Kulis said. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after hearing the true purpose of Giant Emperor Kulis' visit. He came here because he sensed my golden aura. Does he know something about it? If he does, I must ask him. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. This is the first time that someone besides Tianyang knew something about his golden aura, and this could be his opportunity to learn something about it. Since you seem to know so much about the golden aura, why don't you tell me everything you know about it? If you do, I will fight you. Giant Emperor Kulis did not immediately respond to him. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I didn't notice it at first due to my excitement, but what happened to your cultivation base? Why are you so pitifully weak? I wouldn't enjoy beating you in your current state. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. I was injured not long ago, and that affected my cultivation. Giant Emperor Kulis narrowed his eyes at Yuan. Forget it then. I don't want to fight you in your current state. Come back when you're stronger. And without saying anything else, Giant Emperor Kulis turned around and walked away, leaving Yuan utterly speechless. This fucker. How can he leave things like this? He came here so suddenly, and even caused such a commotion. Is the stairway to heaven trying to tease me? However, Giant Emperor Kulis stopped after taking a few steps. He turned around and looked at Yuan. My family is hosting a tournament next month. If you win it, I'll tell you everything I know about the Golden Aura. See you there. After saying such words, Giant Emperor Kulis leaped into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The tournament? Unless it's going to happen in the next trial, I will most likely have to wait until I ascend to the fourth heaven. He sighed inwardly. Yuan returned to the Huang family shortly after. Are you okay? What happened? Why did the Giant Emperor leave so suddenly? It's nothing much. He wants me to participate in the tournament next month, the one Sorgi talked about. However, that isn't possible since I will be leaving this place with your family before it can happen. Huang Shaoli immediately began pondering. After a moment of silence, she turned to look at her father and spoke. Father, I have a request. I think I have an idea about what you're going to ask me, but ask away anyway. Let's stay in the giant continent for a little longer. We can leave after the tournament. I really want to see Yuan fighting against the other giants, especially after what I witnessed today. It's going to be amazing. Huang Chun sighed after hearing his daughter's request. He turned to look at Yuan and asked him a moment later, what do you think? Do you want to participate in this tournament? Since the Giant Emperor is expecting your presence there, I cannot be the reason why you miss it. Yuan nodded. I would like to participate in the tournament. Then it's settled. We'll stay here for a couple more weeks. Huang Chun declared. Thank you, Senior Huang. Yuan said to him, there's no need to thank me. You saved my family's lives more than once, after all. And I also want to see how you will fare against the strongest giants in the continent. However, since the location of the tournament is a little far away, we will need to start making our way there right now if we want to make it there in time for the tournament. As for my business, it can wait until we reach the capital. I will have a higher chance of acquiring more valuable treasures over there than here. Huang Qin said, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1022, published at 6th of June, 2022, 2:09 and 7 seconds p.m. Chapter 1022. 1022 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1022, Tournament of Strength. What about the ship? It will leave with or without us in 14 days, right? Yuan asked. Yes, but it will return in 7 days for another 14 days. If we miss that, we can wait for the next one. It's really not that big of a deal. Most people that come to this continent tend to stay here for over a month, too. Huang Qin said. All right. The Huang family quickly packed their stuff and checked out of the hotel. When they left the hotel, everyone in the street would stop whatever they were doing to stare at Yuan. However, nobody there dared to approach him. Is that him? The human that His Majesty had challenged? Yes, that's him. Where do you think he's going? According to the rumors, His Majesty is expecting to see him at the tournament next month. What? A human participating in the Tournament of Strength? That's ridiculous. Who knows? A human recognized by His Majesty isn't someone we should look down upon. Sometime later, Yuan's group stopped by a large building. Since we're going to be traveling a long distance, we'll need to rent a carriage and hire a driver. Huangchen said, I can pay for it since I'm the reason we're making the journey. Yuan said, It's fine. I got it. Huangchen smiled at him. Half an hour later, Huangchen returned to them and said, They're preparing the carriage and our driver. They should be ready in an hour. Until then, let's go get something to eat. Sure. They walked around until they could find a restaurant that was operated by a human, as the restaurant for giants were simply too big for them. Huang Shaoli remembered Yuan's monstrous eating habits and ordered a full table of food just for him. As they began eating, giants would gather outside the restaurant and peek inside, all of them seemingly there to look at Yuan. That's Tianyang? What's so special about him? I don't know. Hey, I recognize him. He fought with Sorgi earlier today and won. What? Sorgi? Seriously? He's one of the strongest warriors in this city. So what if he beats Sorgi? Compared to the warriors that will be attending the Tournament of Strength, Sorgi is no different than an ant. He didn't just beat Sorgi. He overwhelmed Sorgi, even breaking his arm. Although it was even at first, he suddenly used a mysterious power that still sends shivers down my spine when I recall it. Yuan ignored the giants watching them from outside like they were part of some kind of exhibit. However, the Huang family was quite nervous from all of the staring. After eating, Yuan and the Huang family made their way to the gathering point, where a large carriage made for giants was already prepared for them. That's going to be dragging the carriage. Yuan was expecting horses, but he got something entirely different. Yes, that's a green earth dragon. They may have the word dragon in their name, but they're really just large lizards. Horses aren't used here because they're too weak for giants. Huang Shaoli explained. Are you guys ready? The driver, a 7-meter-tall male giant, asked them. Yes, we're ready. Huangchen nodded. The giant nodded back and commanded the green earth dragon to move, dragging the carriage away from the southern stronghold and towards colossal Mammoth City. How much do you guys know about the tournament? Yuan asked the Huang family as they moved. Not much except that it's the biggest event in the entire continent that only occurs every 100 years. Huangchen said, I believe it's called the Tournament of Strength. The strongest warriors from around the world will participate in it. The winners will not only receive a powerful technique, but also the title of Colossal, something that can only be held by the strongest person in the continent. If you win this tournament, you can expect unimaginable wealth and fame within the Giants continent. Rumors even say that you'll be able to join the royal family by marrying one of their princesses. Huang Shaoli added, The royal family? That would be the Giant Emperor's family, right? Yuan asked for confirmation. Visit Rieadel. Me for extra chapters. That's right. Giant Emperor Kulis is not only the strongest entity in this world, but also the most influential. His words are the law, and his actions are akin to nature. Nobody dares to oppose him. Do you think you'll be able to win the tournament? She asked a moment later. Yuan immediately shook his head with a bittersweet smile. In my current state? I don't think so. Really? Even though the Giant Emperor wanted you to participate? I have no idea what that guy has in his mind. He shrugged. Sometime later, the driver suddenly shouted, We have incoming magical beasts. They stopped talking and looked in front of them, where a single beast that stood on 2 legs could be seen blocking the road. That's a wingless dragon, and it's emitting the strength of a spirit emperor. Qin Kai exclaimed, If there's only one of them, I can handle it, Yuan said as he leaped from the carriage and into the sky, where he quickly charged up a heaven-splitting sword strike. Whoosh! The wingless dragon was consumed by the heaven-splitting sword strike, disappearing alongside the road, where a large crater now existed. The giant stopped the carriage for a moment to look at Yuan with wide eyes, seemingly not daring to believe his eyes. Once Yuan returned to the carriage, the giant continued to drive the carriage. Wow, that was amazing. Huang Shaoli exclaimed. If only you could use spiritual attacks at the tournament, you would definitely win. If only, he smiled. If I won't win the tournament, I will need to temper my body even more. If only I could use the golden aura at will. Since I cannot do that, I will need to think of another way to increase my chances of winning. After pondering for some time, Yuan recalled the nameless technique being trained by Li Jinsi. Perhaps I can use that temporarily. He thought inwardly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The Empyrean overlord sliced through the magical beast as though it was tofu, and Yuan noticed his aura growing a little stronger when he killed the magic beast. Nameless technique. Rank: divine. Description: increases your overall strength and removes the limit on your body to a certain extent. The nameless technique was a simple yet profound technique that is more than it appears. Yuan looked at the red aura that covered his body after killing the magical beast, feeling an overwhelming sense of strength. However, right as he was getting comfortable with the nameless technique, Yuan suddenly felt an intense sensation of pain coming from his heart, almost like he was having a heart attack. He immediately knelt on the ground and clenched his chest. "Arr!" he screamed out loud. The pain coming from his heart was many times stronger than his worst body tempering session, and it felt like his heart was being torn apart. "Yuan, are you okay?" The Huang family was shocked when they saw this. Visit Me for extra chapters. However, Yuan did not hear them speaking at all, as a deafening voice was resounding inside his head at this moment. "How dare you use another aura when you already have heaven's supremacy?" This deep voice sounded very familiar to Yuan, but he does not recall where he had heard it. Not that he was in the condition to ponder. The Huang family then watched as a golden aura began emanating from Yuan's body, quickly consuming the red aura. Eventually, the red aura was completely replaced with a golden aura. The pain stopped shortly after, and Yuan was finally able to take a deep breath. What the hell happened just now? What was that voice? He cried inwardly, his body soaked in cold sweat as the painful sensation still lingered in his body. "Yuan," Huang Shaoli jumped off the carriage and rushed over to see his condition. "Your face is so pale. What happened to you?" She was shocked when she saw his ghastly complexion. "I think I experienced some kind of backlash. I should be fine after some rest," he said. Huang Shaoli supported Yuan with her shoulder until they returned to the carriage. "Here, eat this spirit-replenishing pill. It should help you." Huang Chun handed him a pill that restored his spiritual energy. Even though he barely used his spiritual energy, Yuan still consumed the pill, and he could feel a burst of refreshing energy spreading throughout his entire body. While he rested, Yuan tried to recall where he had heard that voice before. "That's right. I remember now. I heard that voice during one of my dreams." He finally recalled. However, that only made the situation even more puzzling. Why did I hear that voice just now? It mentioned heaven's supremacy. Is that the name of that mysterious aura? He wondered inwardly as the carriage continued moving. The voice sounded angry when I used the nameless technique, almost like it has its own consciousness. But how is that possible? Yuan pondered and pondered, but he was unable to understand with this tiny amount of information. Should I use the nameless technique again to see if it will happen again? He wondered inwardly, yet he was hesitant to do so, mostly because he didn't want to experience that unbearable pain again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.